Hi everyone, this is DM David Keith. Well, the game will be starting shortly for tonight. Tonight's will be session number 5 of our Star Wars Edge of Empire role-playing game campaign. I'll be playing Devon tonight, and the rest of the crew is currently just gathering, and we'll be starting the show shortly. Until then, I'm just going to go ahead and put another timer up just to show that there's some activity going on here. Talk soon. Hi all, we're still waiting for our game master and majority of the crew to show up, so hang tight. We'll be starting soon. I'll go ahead and start another timer, but hopefully this will be the last new timer tonight.
I don't know, translation of the Genesis rule set for the Star Wars, excuse me. So we're actually going to be using the updated Star Wars rule set. He was nice enough to add back the Force die, and I think the die symbols too are more the non-generic version, the Star Wars version. So shout out to him for getting that work done.
Used to the new symbols.
I actually liked them because there was good, and then the really good was the good symbol with a circle around it, and then the really bad was the bad symbol with a circle around it. So it was a little bit.
Sorry, my mic was off. I was talking to everybody the whole time.
I could not connect to host.
I had to download before I got in.
Yeah, I'm downloading right now, it says.
Download what?
Probably the new rule set. I'll check for you. Let me see here.
Now it's downloading files.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let me know. I think Xfinity changed something because I didn't have to let you guys into the Pathfinder server on Wednesday, so I'm not really quite sure. I mean, they might have changed some setting or another. If you are in the game, feel free to get Sirenscape on too if you'd like to use that today. Janice and Tyzzyt, did the message of the day upload or auto pull up when you join the server?
Yeah, I did the 100-meter climb.
Yeah, yep. Cool, right on.
Hey, Mark. If I had a friend who wanted to listen in on our Wednesday game, would you care?
No, not at all.
I know the only problem with that is all of our in-character stuff is done in chat.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I wouldn't even mind if they connected to the server. Yeah, whatever works. Let me know. Yeah, I could easily invite them to the Discord server and they could listen in, or if they had Fantasy Grounds, I could you could give them the alias and they could connect and join in.
A rule set error window class defined with a merge attribute.
It's okay. Yeah, it did it still open up?
Ooh, force die. So happy.
Yeah, that error is just because it's trying to do something that that it's the same extension for the mirror images. I'm using it for the boost die and stuff, so yeah, it doesn't like it for some reason, but it doesn't actually stop it from working. There's so many errors like that in Fantasy Grounds where it's like, hey, this thing is wrong, but I'm going to let you run the program anyways. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Just to let you know, this should be that, but yeah.
But it's fine.
But I'm going to ignore it. Programming. Are they ever going to bring back... Did he ever talk about bringing back the drag?
I don't... That's a functionality that there must be some contingency on that, because I can't. I looked at it the other day because what I was trying to do, I was trying to get you the ability to put a skill into your action tab and to have it roll the force die instead of having it roll like whatever your skill ranks were. And I looked at that and I was like, why can't we drag this? And I can't really tell why we're not able to drag it any longer, and like what contingency. You know what I mean? Like I can't tell, but I haven't gone through the 12,000 lines of LUA code to figure it out either. But yeah, I'm gonna. That's like the second thing is the dragging ability would just be amazing. But he's not a coder, the guy who's doing this. So it's like I definitely think he's doing the classic like, you tutorial yourself on with the workflow that you have. And so like you don't your tutorial is the work that you're doing. So I definitely see a lot of like roundabout stuff when I go into it. It's like, oh well, you could have done that from the step 2. Instead he does it at step 6 or 7 or 8 or whatever, So
Yeah.
yeah, it's definitely nifty. The guy is really dedicated to working on it and getting it to work, but like I think where it's at for now might be where it stays for the next 6 months, honestly.
Does
The
it show?
Pathfinder and the 5th edition rule set. I mean, I think that I think all of you guys have probably played 5th edition, so it's like if you played it on Fantasy Grounds, the automation is just like it's almost a video game at that point. It's crazy how far the automation has gone. And if I've even in the Pathfinder, there is an extension, right? Where I could have this extension where Ash wouldn't have gone to sleep because there would have been effect coding for spell tags. So if the spell has the enchantment tag or the electricity tag or the necromancy tag, it does certain things based on it where it expands those tags to include the spell type of Pathfinder.
Mm-hmm.
And that extension breaks the functionality of 3 other extensions that I have. And so a lot of the automation with these rule sets has achieved like the level where it's going to get, any more automation kind of screws with what you've already built or would take so many hundreds of hours to do.
Yeah.
And that's why the 5th edition of the Pathfinder rule sets are so complete, is because they had these like teams of 2 guys just being like, nope, we're getting paid real money to do this. We better get it done. Are you still downloading, Keith?
Hey, Mark, this yeah, I'm about looks like it's over halfway there. It says download.
Yeah, no. It was a new the Genesis rule set that you had previously updated got a new update. So you're going to download all of that, and then you're going to, because of the update got changed, all the XML files got changed. So your computer is going to actually re-download all of my extensions too that it needs to run. So no worries.
All right, it's still coming down. I don't know why it's so slow, but it's coming down.
We've got a friend on our Wednesday Pathfinder game. Same computer, like this. Him and his brother play from the same IP. One of their computers takes 15 minutes to do the update. Well, the other one takes 3 or 4. It's the same amount of extension, same amount of everything every time. Weirdest thing.
Yeah, the one guy needs a new computer.
For sure. Hey man, I'm running this on a $300 laptop. Like I don't got any room to. I actually just got. There was a forum post of a guy GM who would run a couple-year campaign. Was like, my computer fried, and I'm just out here to do a PSA to tell you to back up your campaigns.
Oh,
Your
yeah.
hard drive fried. Yeah. That's your campaign for years, just down the drain. All the notes, all the images, all the everything, all the logs, all the everything that's been done in the game. Like, yeah. And so I went over, I did the whole Dropbox thing, and it was like 20 gigabytes worth of data being uploaded.
I mean, things like the adventure pass, if you bought them through Fantasy Grounds, like you can always get them back, but files and stuff that you have.
How many? I mean, I know that Punisher does some stuff on Og Dude's character generator outside of the experience points, right? But it's like, I don't remember the last time I don't know if I have any of characters' experience points outside of this. You know what I mean? Like if we lost Fen, we'd have to be like, well, do you remember what experience points you had? Because I don't.
To keep a backup sheet somewhere else.
Well, that's what I did. Yeah, I literally I uploaded the entire my entire Fantasy Grounds file. I uploaded the entire thing, so all your characters and the campaigns are all up there. But it's like, it's if you lose those campaigns and you've done no backup, like you lose the characters too, which is crazy.
Start over.
Yeah, pretty much, man.
Hey, Mark, do you see me in Sirenscape?
Let me look. Are you raspy buttons?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's so they've been. Oh my god, they've been having such problems too. Because the Corona has been so nuts on their servers that Sirenscape's been like people have been really complaining about the service has been rather choppy. But yeah, I gotta just invite you in there, and then you'll be in the server.
Okay, I think my download's finished. I should be connecting here shortly.
Awesome. So the big thing last time, David, is that we actually got into exploring the wreck and the hull. It seems that the ship that you were after, right, the CIS banking ship, the Salnalor, had broken into two pieces. The engine aft section had broken far closer to the river, and it actually dammed it to create a large lake. The fore section, which included the bridge, had fallen some half kilometer and a half or 2 kilometers north of that, beyond. And so the crew of the Gamorrah searched the engine section last time, taking the greater part of the morning to do so, and then moved on to I guess that's where they, excuse me, they searched the engine section in order to find the specific location of the fore hull, and then moved on to the bridge and all that. The most specific thing about the bridge is that they found out that the vault, which would likely hold any treasure that the Solid would have, was made of material strong enough to survive the crash. And despite the fact that it was likely dug into the ground upon impact, still might be present. Secondly, while you were in the bridge finding out that information, a group of Nexu, which are the triangular teethed predator, four-legged predator that you'd fought the night before, attacked. These Nexu, however, were cybernetically enhanced with like taser claws and razor sharp like vibro teeth that were able to do some pretty nasty work on the party. Succeeding in that battle, you were actually able to, and of course, taking the knowledge of the vault, you moved out of the bridge and back to the Gamorrah to rest. It wasn't until the next morning that you heard the screaming of a starship, and that happened to be the Yair clan, the Rhodian scavenger company, having come to further their claim on the CIS banking ship's wreck. They emerged after landing a few kilometers away with 2 Trandoshans and 3 Rhodians and Yair, the leader of the clan that you'd met himself. They approached the Gamorrah, and as often happens when a non-dug-in group attacks a group that is very well dug in, they lost pretty hard in the coming blaster battle. Yav Yair himself taking pretty critical damage and actually getting knocked out. And that's when 3-meter tall dinosaur-looking lizards popped out of the nearby lake, the one that had been created by the engine section of the wreck. These creatures on their backs had a couple battle droids, a couple humans, and at the head of them, a scarred-looking, tan-skinned gentleman who, with authority, just instantly demanded that the fight cease and demanded to know what both groups, both you and the Yairs, were doing here. It became pretty clear pretty quickly that this was Captain Harsol, the captain of the Salnalor, who had actually been in command of the ship as it crash landed into Gorgana. You guys gave him your side of the story. The Yair clan gave them theirs. And quickly afterwards, Captain Harsol decided that the best course the settlement called the Retreat just north of the wreck. So now, the 5 of you are walking alongside the east bank of the lake. Captain Harsol, several old battle droids, and a couple human survivors of the wreck are riding on these, 3-meter, pretty large, 3-meter tall lizard things. In front of you are 2 Trandoshans, 2 Rhodians, and the 2 Rhodians are carrying between their shoulders Yav Yair. All 5 of them are members of the Yair clan, and those are the people who just attacked you this morning. So it's around 11 a.m., a few hours after morning, and just maybe 15 minutes after the laser battle between you and the Yair clan. Anybody have any questions or?
No questions here.
Cool. Right on. As you trek up the river, Captain Harsol looks back and shouts, "We call this river the Escape. It proved to be the most reliable method of fleeing any of the creatures we encountered when we first crash landed here on Cholgana." Oh, that just crashed.
Really?
Looks like I crashed. Restarting up now. But he says he calls the river the Escape, as it proved the most reliable method for him and his crewmen who survived the crash to get away from the various dangers of Cholgana after the incident.
Oh yeah, was Finn allowed to ride on the back of the dinosaur?
Yeah. Yeah, one of the droids hops off, and Fen is allowed up to the side of the Revo. Does anybody want to? Whenever you guys get into, if you need to roll a die or something, but does anybody want to have anything to do while they spend the several minutes, maybe even a half an hour, to get to the survivors' settlement? Well, along the way, you'd certainly see several predators diving beneath the shallow waves of the river, as well as the arboreal octopi recoiling tentacles into the trees after having their fishing interrupted by your procession. Thankfully, the midday sun is still pretty high overhead, and you don't have to depend upon anything other than your own sight to navigate northward. But a half an hour later, near noon, you arrive at the east fork of the river. The settlement, if you could see it, would be nestled against the base of a long bluff that's high up the southern bank. After about 5 minutes of walking up a steep, muddy trail, it's clear that the settlement has been made deliberately difficult to find from both the river and the air. You emerge from the thick foliage. You see a rocky bluff towering many meters above you. There's a wide, cleared area in front of the bluffs. A formidable wall made of tree trunks and starship hull carves outward towards you with two tall sentry towers evenly spaced across its length. The entire retreat is built into an enormous alcove in the bluff. Captain Harsel dismounts his Revos and guides you through one of the large gates.
How long have they been stuck here for? Like 10 years?
Like 30.
Oh, okay, wow.
Mic off.
And the settlement looks like it, where it's, at one point it was a lot fancier looking as the parts were newer, but it's almost all the metal and the machinery is repurposed from the hull's wreck itself.
More
Mic on.
electric claw Nexu.
So you enter through the western gate. Harsel immediately leads all of you, including the Yair clan, to a large building through the middle of the retreat. You're directed toward this large metal and wooden building, and it's clearly been crafted from salvaged and local materials, just like the perimeter wall. There's a crowd of about 30 survivors and a few droids that slowly parts in front of you as the captain waves everybody inside. They're dressed in patchwork clothing and primitive skins clearly made here on Cholgana. Only a few of them wear even remnants of their old clothing. As you pass the crowd, you hear the expected questions and whispers of curiosity. Just as about you reach the door, someone yells out, "So, Harsel, why aren't they dead yet? You gone soft?" Captain Harsel pauses, turns on his heel, and fires back. "Could be things are changing for the better around here. Tell Kraytala to get over here and we'll all find out together. The rest of you, inside." The captain leads you into the central room. Enormous tree trunks hold up the 2-story ceiling composed of wood, plating, and the occasional window. Several primitive doors appear to lead to other chambers. Hand-fashioned lamps add to the natural light streaming in through high windows. Harsel leads all of you up to a stage where several logs are placed around to have a seat, and he waves for you to do so. He himself continues to walk towards a podium before turning.
Goes
Over
to the seat.
The rest of the settlement begins to stream in as well. I would be lying if I said they weren't keeping a keen eye on both the five of you and the Yair clan on the other side. That is Mr. Harstel, captain who's led this expedition and the settlement for the last 30 years. He stands seriously and more than a little defensive as he waits for whomever this Kraytala is. After several moments, with Fen introducing herself, and a couple of the medics, poorly equipped as they are, from the survivor colony, coming in to check on both Yair, the leader, and yourselves. That woman and an entourage of other humans, some of them cybernetically augmented, some of them not, comes in. All of them approach the front, but only her goes up to the stage and stands next to Harsel. Captain Harsel points to IT3, who's of course coming with the crowd. A few of you might remember old IT3 here. The one that was supposed to get my scheme working with Ropak. He's the reason we have guests instead of prisoners tonight. When I saw his homing beacon light up on my old receiver, I thought it was just another malfunction. Well, Ninen spent all night analyzing the unit and signal, and it checked out. I knew he had a situation here. Now, if it weren't for this welcoming committee here, motioning towards the crowd, I would have already questioned these people and announced any good news. A voice from the back suddenly interrupts. Like we trust you, I bet we would have never heard from these guys again. It wouldn't be the first time. Harstel looks angry for a brief moment, eyes red, and his voice takes on an overly defensive tone, almost threatening the man who spoke up. Well, of course it wouldn't be just me. I would have asked Kraytala to join us, of course. Just like we always do here in the retreat, right? The crowd grumbles, various forms of disagreement, but no one dares speak out again. Harsel remains defensive but continues. I know a lot of you don't trust me anymore. To keep you safe, I know you don't agree with me that hiding from the Empire should have been our #1 priority all these years. Well, maybe IT and his friends here have a way to improve our lot. Maybe even escape this planet and still stay out of an Imperial prisoner execution chamber. So let's take a few minutes, ask some questions, and then see what everyone thinks. The crowd seems more or less accepting, if, again, a little defiant. Harsel turns to IT3 and he asks the droid how they found the Sol Nalor, its coordinates, how they got here. For his part, the droid looks as nervously as a protocol droid can, before simply bowing slightly and gesturing to the group to explain. The crowd and Captain Harstel and this cybernetic lady who you assume is Kraytala look on expectantly. They're waiting for the group to prove that they're here on, well, essentially that they're not the Empire's spies, that they shouldn't be immediately taken out back. So it's a good chance for a charm or deception or a leadership check. If you guys want to take just a quick moment to talk among yourselves and kind of figure out if there's any plan that you how you want to take this.
Alright, Kale. Think you should maybe talk to them.
Friendly enough.
Devin takes a quick inhale on his cigar and agrees that Kale should probably do the talking here.
Don't give him too much, but don't give him too little, eh?
Agree. Yeah, we got to make that droid's going to tell him exactly what took place, so we got to make sure we don't exaggerate anything.
Kelly, you have to roll anything for that?
I just have to get a force point.
Oh, we gotta roll that too. Shoot. Everybody roll a force die.
Wow.
And we do well.
Balance it out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not sort of shabby. Wait, so you don't have to roll?
So, yep.
Oh, cool. Cool.
So that's the first one.
I guess, do you want to decide who that is?
The first one's going to be Harsel, and the second is going to be, what's her name?
Cool.
Kritala.
Yeah. So you guys kind of see Kel concentrating pretty heavily here. Nice.
This looks like he's listening intently to them talking.
My character Devin is a chain smoker, so you'll be hearing him puffing on his cigars constantly throughout the game.
So at this point, pretty much anyone in the party, once Kel reads the things I just mentioned, just gets the chance to make a check. So you describe what you do, what your strategy is, and telling the party kind of like what you say, what you don't say. Then we'll have you make a hard charm, deception, or leadership check.
Mic off.
Kind of, and we'll see what happens. Obviously, Captain Harsel and Kratala give the five of you, the crew of the Gamorrah, the first chance to speak.
Mic on.
Kel's just basically going to say, look, it's as we told you. An acquaintance of mine found this droid that was shipped to him. We followed the trail back. We've no love for the Empire, none of us here. We're out looking as we said. When these Rhodians over here tried to disrupt us and steal IT from us on the space station where we met him, and again tried to jump our claim here when we landed. IT can easily back this up for us.
Definitely. And you will get a boost die as IT nods to confirm the various parts of the story. Does anyone else want to assist in this? Say their own little piece?
Could probably try.
Sure. What would you say?
I'll try to endear myself to them. Like, say, Fenn's an explorer now, and this is her first big adventure.
Sure. Do you have Kel, what are you going to try to roll?
Leadership check.
Right on. Ben, do you have leadership?
Nope.
And Tyzzyt will say, it's no crime that we're talking about. As soon as we found survivors, we weren't staking you as a client.
Oh, sure. Okay, cool. And then, do you have leadership, Tyzzyt?
No,
Right.
I was just trying to clear up. Make sure.
So one boost die from Tyzzyt, then Kel. One boost die from Fen. Devin, do you want to say anything?
Devin does have leadership, and he's just going to inhale and then let out his little bit of cigar smoke and say that what the droid speaks the truth, as you well know it, and we're here to assist any way we can.
Sure. So sounds like 2 boost die and then an upgrade, Kel. And it's a hard check.
All right. Thank you. Hasten.
What a roll!
Them Rhodians aren't happy.
Yeah, to say the least. It's clear that despite... So, the story checks out, right? But the story checking out is dependent upon y'all being treasure hunters. This association told you about a banking ship, and that's what a couple of the crowd, right, begins to shout out, right? They're only in it for the money, and, that they'd sell us out to the Empire the first chance they get. It's believable. And certainly, Captain Harsel and Kraytala, who have some authority, but don't command all of the decisions, believe you. But the crowd is less than convinced. Certainly as to your intentions. Now, it's been a few minutes and Yav Yair has gotten a stim pack from the medic. A likely rare,
Sure.
a pretty rare thing. And which tells you how important the situation is. They want Yav, that they use one of their remaining stim packs to bring this Rhodian awake, just to have him contribute to the tale.
We respond to the crowd.
Yeah, what do you say?
It's basically, when they bring up the treasure, oh, they're just treasure hunters, Kel will actually admit to it. Say, hey, yes, when we were told of this, we were told it was, a crashed, abandoned, lost ship from 30 years ago. How were we to know that there are any survivors? But now that we have found that there are survivors, that changes things.
And that's when Yav sheepishly sort of stands holding the blaster wound in his shoulder and begins to speak in that sort of strange augmented common that Rhodians are capable of. And he says, "That's right. The Yair clan is ready and willing to take any of you off this planet as you need. The survivors change everything. You change everything," he says, sort of pointing and pandering to the crowd. Life couldn't have been easy here. and we're willing, for only a nominal association and the knowledge of the treasure, to help in any way that we can, he says. So here's the deal. Kraytala is already sort of rolling her eyes, and Captain Harstel, especially after trying to steal IT-3PO, isn't really too convinced. But members of the crowd, those that specifically shouted out against the party, are shaking their heads up and down, especially after mentioning that Yav would take them off of Cholgana. Harstel puts his arms out wide and begins shaking them. No one said we're going to leave here. No one is allowing anyone to leave. Let's make that clear. He puts his finger down. Until we're sure that the Empire isn't on the heels of these scavengers, no one is doing a damn thing.
Mic off. Mic on.
Kraytala steps up. She's a little sheepish, but she's clearly intelligent, and her augmented right eye keeps a pretty keen stare on all the crew of the Gamorrah and the Yavs. She says, "What is the state of the Empire?"
Yeah, what is the state of the Empire?
It's just like right after episode 1. It's strong.
Right after 1, okay.
Yeah, so like the first Death Star 1's gone, but like the Battle of Hoth hasn't happened yet. So it's it's arguably strong, right? Certainly stronger than it was when she left.
The Empire is a power in the galaxy, but they don't reach so far. They have grown in the galaxy, but there is word of a rebellion.
Harstel sort of like reminds the crowd, we served in a rebellion once. But it's clear that many of them don't respect him enough to understand what he's getting at.
Kel, motions to the crew of the Gamorrah and says, "We are out from the fringes. The Empire has much less of a hold out on the fringes, but their might does grow."
Could you keep us safe if we were to leave Cholgana? Kraytala asks.
Safe until we take you to a space station.
Aye. Are there places... So there are places beyond the reach of the Empire.
Kel lets out a sort of heavy sigh and says, "There are places out on the fringes that the Empire does not have a total hold over, but the Empire does have its resources and its reach. I don't know if any place is safe if they really want to get to you. But the farther out you go, the less likely they're to be interested in you."
Captain Harstel kind of interrupts at that point, and he's like, "See? Cholgana, and the decision to stay here for all these years was one made of wisdom.
And
If the Empire could... Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
If the Empire could reach into... If these men know of the Empire," gesturing towards the group and the Rodians, "then what makes you think that we could escape them leaving here?"
Have you seen the Empire here before?
Well, no. But
I do know the Empire's not going to come here on its way."
he sort of sighs, right? And that's when it becomes really clear that whatever authority he had a couple decades ago when he was captain of the Salnala Ord, he had all this vault full of money, this great plan with Ropak to funnel in black market goods and make Gamorrah an actual place they could defend against the Empire, that was a good plan. That was a Captain Harsel people respected. But at this point, all of that's gone. And such a significant number of them are dissatisfied with his leadership that the meeting sort of devolves pretty quickly at that point.
And Kel put up his hands, try to quiet everyone, and go, look, it has been a long time that you have been out here. I'm sure the captain here has done all that he can to keep you all safe for such a long time. 30 years on this planet with only the technology that was there, with no contact from anyone, must have been quite a feat. But as we said, you never know what the Empire is up to. You never know when they are going to come here. And not just the Empire, but corporations as well. If somebody wants to spend enough credits to find you, they're going to find you. You just have to, and he gives the crowd a grin, sometimes you just have to make yourself scarce and make it not worth their while.
So at that point,
so Kel's trying to basically, garner a little bit of, support for the captain, sort of get him on our side while still placating the people.
How many?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
How many people are there?
Let me just get. I think it's a couple dozen. Yeah, a little bit less than a couple, like 2 dozen.
Enough that we could allow passage on our ship.
Yeah. Well, the storage wouldn't be an issue. Life support, especially given the damage that the Gamorrah took in the nebula, would be a little bit harder.
We could spend some time here and fix that up.
Sure. Yep.
We got a second spaceship.
The Night Flyer, the Rodians.
Yep.
Right on. Well, so once the discussion sort of moves towards getting survivors off planet, and that started obviously before, but just about that point, Captain Harsel begins to sort of wave his hands about and says, listen, like the newcomers said, I've led you all for a number of years. This is a discussion between Kraytala and I and the newcomers, and we will decide afterwards what is to happen.
Boy, you don't have to come. We take these who wants to leave.
That suggestion, though it resonates with the crowd, is quick to draw like a pretty sharp glance from Harsel.
Yeah, I'll look away like I didn't say anything.
Like he's clearly, he's not like the kind of guy who would allow half the settlement to leave and the other half to stay. He's kind of a controlling dude. So. At that point, go ahead.
Oh, he wants everybody to stay so that he still has his little seat of power here.
Could be. So the crowd gets, begrudgingly dismisses. Harsel has a couple of guards bring the Rodian clan to a small prefabricated barracks nearby. But he and Kraytala stay.
Kel mentions to them that they want to make sure to keep guards on that barracks.
Harsel, having heard that from the main door, turns and says, "Oh, there's guards on all of you."
You can have all the guards on us you want. We've done nothing wrong. Those Rhodians, on the other hand, not to be trusted.
So, Kraytala, seemingly completely uninterested, turns to the group and says, "What? This empire? Have they spread cybernetics? Have they made it mandatory? Is are senators living for hundreds of years with the use of grown limbs and such?"
I don't believe there is a Senate.
Right? Yeah, not really. No, and also no, they haven't. So she sort of points to her eye, and is like, "So things like this are still uncommon?"
We all come from different worlds. It is not very common on my world, but my world is very far on the outer rim. It may be more common closer to the core. And Kel will look to Fen. Fen, do you know of this? Fen is our
The
resident
medical
med
expert.
tech. Yes, medical expert.
Fen has seen a bunch of cybernetics, but it's not that common. At least not with Fen's people.
So she's nervous at this for whatever reason.
Kel asks why.
Sure. She says, "Well, my knowledge of cybernetics was desirable because of its rarity. The Empire didn't have access to cybernetics, and so people like, Arcanians like myself with knowledge of it were highly desirable. I had simply hoped that perhaps if they had discovered, if they had tapped into the potentiality themselves, then maybe I had gone down on their list, she says."
Were you the one that lit up those cats? Those
The Nexu.
"Oh, the Nexu," she said. "Yes. Let's just say the Empire would, they'd pay a pretty fee to get those in their holds."
We did as well.
But why did you do it? Didn't that hurt the animals?
I dare say the Nexu, she gives some sort of psycho mad
Justification.
scientist. Where she's like, "I think the animals are a top predator, and anything you can do to increase their predatorial ability is, they would, if they knew what was happening, they would appreciate it. But because they don't, they're gonna feel pain, they're gonna be angry. But who wouldn't want cyber claws, right?
Yeah, it took out the ang on us.
Well, I'm sorry for that. I of course didn't mean them to attack you. I only, under Captain Harsel's direction, was defending, evidence of the ship and our settlement. As as you said, somebody roll a diplomacy. Go ahead, sorry.
No, why is he so bent on you guys not being found out?
So Harsel says, he sort of began to walk over, and he's like, the safety. Yeah. He went off to escort the Iyer clan. He came back a few moments ago, but he's he comes in in an inopportune fashion and is like, the survival of this settlement is paramount. I believe these people owe me their lives. They came onto the Sun of the Lore under my command. It was under my command that I fled with Kratala to Cholgana, when it was clear the Empire was rising and the rebellion had failed. His rebellion, right? I knew they would eventually come back. I knew they would eventually find me. And I am still unconvinced if you have found me, and I believe, Kel, you mentioned this in your speech, that if you could find me, anyone with the resources and the willingness could also do so.
Well, what I'd meant was if they were hunting you. Is the Empire hunting you?
Kratala's like,
I understand why Kratala might be in desire from the Empire, but what about you, Captain Harsel? Are they after this ship, this legendary
Mike
treasure?
off.
We're a small group. Can you imagine what the next big... the Empire would have sent somebody?
Mic on.
What it might look like?
well. So what then? He says.
You tell us. What is your goal here, Captain Hartzell? These people owe you their lives? Sounds like you're trying to collect on a debt 30 years old.
It seems like to me you can't be a captain without a crew.
Well, Captain or not, I've led this settlement, and I've made decisions for its safety that have kept us here and kept the Empire off our backs.
Don't. What did you do to keep the Empire off your backs? Hiding here?
Yes. As you've said, the Empire's reach is far. What more could we have done?
I don't know, but it seems a lot of your crew want to leave. They want to live lives.
And when the Empire catches them and brings them to a torture chamber, they'll easily give up where the remaining survivors are. We can't simply sacrifice our own safety, the safety of those, and let's be frank here, that have things to really lose for the Empire's presence, for those that simply want to lead another life somewhere else.
And what is it that you think the Empire's so hot to hunt you down for, with the exception of Kratala here? That is the only person we've seen so far that seems to have any worth to the Empire. What is it you're hiding, Captain?
No hide. A crime. I helped her escape, he said.
Mm.
I believe that simply for that crime, we will all be punished. Even 30 years in the sense, the Empire that I knew has had a long memory. Are you saying that Ropak is willing to rearrange the deal?
Who's Ropak?
Riam's dad is dead. Ropak, so Captain Harstol made an arrangement with Riam's dad, right?
Okay.
Riam's dad died.
Yeah.
So he's like, if Ropak is willing to do the deal, then I suppose that changes much.
And what do you want to change in this deal?
If the Empire has grown, then I need the promise of safety. Either for those that leave, and anonymity, right? For those that leave and for any that choose to stay. If there's a better place, or perhaps even if a deal for more supplies here, because I believe our safety on Cholgana has been achieved. It's merely the standard of living here that needs to be improved for those out there to not, whine every day. If we had common amenities, then we would be safe.
Is there anything we could take back for trade? Maybe make good on an offer?
Well, so don't forget, Rayom was only really looking for the presence of the treasure, right? Any technology as sample, the confirmation all this was real, which you guys have. So
what if we... let's talk it over real quick, mate.
Couldn't they just, like, with all this wealth they supposedly have, get, like, plastic surgery and change their name?
But we want that wealth.
No, so many just simply don't want to do that, and don't believe that drastic steps like that would even. Harsel obviously thinks that the Empire is pretty all-powerful, so he's not willing to do something so drastic that's only going to lead to his capture anyways. He says, Captain Harsel says, listen, it's been a long day. Your wounds need tending. I'll send our medics, and in the morning after a rest, we can continue to discuss. You have free roam of the settlement, but please, for our safety, do not leave it.
Won't be hard with eyes on us, so we'll stay.
We're not going anywhere.
Good, he says.
We have no reason to.
He sort of rubs his temples and then walks out. Kraytala gives you a quick look, waits until Harsel has walked into the main settlement, and then says, I'll be back in the morning. We'll speak more then.
Kraytala, do you wish to leave? Or would you rather... Which would you prefer? Leaving and going to new planets to resettle? Or your choice of doing whatever you wish in the galaxy? Or staying here and having amenities brought here to make this place more livable?
I only want access to research. I've run out of reagents. I've run out of every material necessary for me to continue. If that was achieved, then I suppose it wouldn't really matter where I was.
So you're okay staying here playing with Nexu as long as you have parts to implant in them?
I suppose you could say that, yes.
Let us sleep on this, and then we can come back to it, eh?
Very well. We will see you in the morning.
Yeah, she heads out. Wonderful. I'll show you my lab then.
Excellent. Kel leans over to Finn. You can explain the lab to us tomorrow.
I think she's crazy.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, do you see what she did to those cats?
Yeah, I'm kind of worried what's going to be in that lab.
Oh, yeah, let's take these giant jungle hunters and give them stun guns. Thanks.
So, I am going to... Go ahead.
Oh, that's what Devin was going to say. Devin thinks about it. Everybody he's met here is crazy. In this part, I think these guys have been here way too long.
Yeah, it's just the jungle.
Reverse cabin fever.
Yeah, I'd say.
Cave fever. Cave fever.
Oh, you still got to worry about those Rhodians.
Right. Hey, question. I can't remember. Weren't we just to complete the request was for us just to locate this ship? So it doesn't really matter if we take anybody off?
We were supposed to locate and verify that it's real. The problem is we haven't really,
Okay.
Uh,
we could say, yes, we found the ship. We haven't brought back any real proof.
No, but so the technology aspect, right? You would connect to Kraytala. The whole the ship was supposed to have like a lot of money and like futuristic technology. The more that you would involve yourself with Kraytala, the more that you would be like, oh, that was Kraytala. She was the futuristic technology that they were alluding to.
Yeah.
So she sort of in and of herself is proof of the futuristic technology's presence. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
we
we-
were gonna get a bonus if we brought some of that technology back. So maybe we could.
Still have
We
a
got-
neck suit claw.
We got
Yeah, I was just about to say the next suit.
we got dead Cybercat in our ship, right? We dragged one of them out.
Mhm.
Well, there you go.
So yeah, definitely.
Finn, any chance that we could drug Cartala and bring her with us?
What are you, a
That
slaver
doesn't seem
now?
ethical.
Well, I'm just a hired gun. I don't really care.
That must have been that Empire training. Oh,
So definitely,
you don't want to mention to them that you
Oh,
used to be part of the Empire.
Well, you noticed I was just slowly smoking my cigar and acting nonchalant here.
Yeah, that's good.
so definitely, over the next couple of minutes, I'm gonna use the restroom quick. But speak among yourselves. You're gonna have essentially, like a day or two to talk to some of the people and get together sort of a plan. But like Devin just suggested that's a good segue. If that, if your plan is sort of, break into Captain Harsol's cabin, drug him, kidnap him, that's something that you guys start thinking out now. If it's something else entirely, that's fine as well. But I'm gonna use the restroom clip, so go ahead and just sort of try to strategize for a bit.
I mean, I think we could try and persuade Cartola to come with us, with the with the lure of, hey, look, you have futuristic technology from 30 years ago. Look at the shit that Fen has.
No, that might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll want to, hey, we can hide you in, we could get you in contact with some corporations that would, allow you to do whatever the hell you wanted to in exchange for your, whatever mad science crap you come up with.
Well, so how many of these people could we take? Just Cartala, or I'm not sure how much room we have. I don't think we have.
We
that
could
much.
also bring supplies back if they want to stay here. They said
That's
that
true.
they'd be okay with that.
I'm not
but
trade route.
The point
I'm not.
is, yeah, if you can establish a trade route with the huts or something,
Sure, but I mean, no offense. I'm saying, hey, we want stuff and to have a trade route. It's like, well, sooner or later, someone's going to notice. Once a month, a shipping lane goes out to nowhere and then comes back. Yeah, I don't know how much they track that sort of stuff.
But if they establish this outpost, we could always talk to the dude like, hey, you want to establish an outpost
But
here?
he wants to hide. As soon as you become an outpost, people know where you are, and then the Empire picks up on where you are, and then the Empire comes and gets you.
Yep.
He might think he'd have full. We could try to convince him to have full with the huts for the huts protection or whatnot. Just whatever makes it sound good to him is what we're.
Yeah.
Once we get our goods, we could fly off this planet and be, fine and dandy.
I mean, yeah, I have flying supplies back here. We can hire someone else to do it, but that's not us.
No.
And once we kill those Rhodians, we can we can even throw their ship into the deal.
I was gonna say, hey, if you want, those Rhodians are backstabbing punks. You could just commandeer their ship if you need extra.
If we're thinking about taking the Rhodians out, they're thinking about taking us out for this ship too.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Well, they are. And that's the thing is, they're going to be telling a different story. The biggest thing we got going for us is we have IT, who's his personal robot saying, yes, these people were helping, and yes, those Rhodians were trying to steal me.
Hey, we could offer up that ship as salvage for them. They need no more supplies. Just take whatever's on that ship.
Anybody who wants to go, you just get in that ship and take off, baby. You just go to a whole new planet. No one will know where you are. Go out to the fringes and lose yourself.
Redo everything you're doing here.
Yeah. Or people who want to stay here can stay here, and people who want to leave can go leave out to the fringes. I mean, he's worried about us selling them out to the Empire. There might be a chance that one of the people... What's that?
They're gonna say that exact same thing. That hey, these people are gonna sell out our location.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
I'll be right back as well.
Okay. Devin's going to sit here and smoke his cigars.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit here as well.
All right. Was anything reached?
I think we're just kind of
Mm,
discussing it, and what a couple of the guys left. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we discussed what we can go. What questions we're gonna ask or basically conversations we're gonna talk about.
Cool.
Hey, thanks for joining the stream tonight, everyone. We play this game every 2 weeks on Sunday evening, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern or around there once the GM joins. But if you want to get notifications when my channel goes live, just go ahead and follow me. Thanks again.
Missed something?
Nope. Nope. The guys are pretty much confined to this living quarters you're brought in. For that day. On the way in, it was clear that there were maybe a dozen or so buildings in the settlement itself. But thankfully, there's kind of a set of fans to keep the humidity down and otherwise make it somewhat comfortable.
If we have a whole bunch of free time, maybe I can upgrade some of those fans.
Okay. Do some work on them, yeah. Could definitely make a roll. Mechanics check. It'll be an average difficulty. There's going to be a setback die given the age of the fans.
Hang on, let me double check something. Gearhead, I removed one setback die.
Oh, there you go, right up. Perfect.
Do the
Wow.
Fix it all up and doubles its work output, half its energy cost.
Right on. Yeah, pretty impressive. Especially if you use it to, if you show Kratal in the morning. What was that? Were you saying something, Devin?
I was just going to ask if there is, because I was looking like I could help, but the computers would have been the only thing, but I don't think that would have helped in this case.
Oh, sure. Well, don't forget, you can always, hand some tools over and give that boost die as well. And actually, on that note, do you or Tyzzyt have anything that you want to do in your limited capacities over the next couple hours?
If possible, I just want to kind of look at the how they put everything together, like mechanically, and what's if there's anything unusual about it or anything like that, especially their living condition.
Yeah, it's definitely haphazard and repurposed, repaired, and reused over and over again. So Fen found probably more duct tape than wiring kind of stuff.
Devin's going. Is there any kind of computer terminals or anything like that in the room we're in?
No, not at all.
Okay.
There's electricity, but yeah, there's not like that data access kind of stuff.
Okay.
So beyond a sort of boring and humid night, the morning eventually comes. Of course, it gets far louder over the dark hours, given the action of predators and the growling of various animals. But by morning, it quiets down a bit. The morning rain comes and goes. The sun rises, and a couple of knocks on the door show Kraytala behind it. She looks to the fans that Fen points out and asks if you have knowledge of. You're a mechanic. You're a mechanical fixer as well.
Yes. I fix machines and people.
Me too, she says, and make them better.
I also do that.
She's clearly excited. Well, come with me, she says. Come, your friends too.
Yes.
I think she's nuts.
We're gonna see something horrific, aren't we?
Devin lights up a fresh cigar. He thinks it's probably going to be needing it.
If only for the smell, right?
Right, and keep the bugs away too.
So she brings you over to her laboratory, where, even after opening, and despite the difficult conditions and the deteriorating equipment, Kraytala still manages to design innovative technology in cybernetics. The inside of her laboratory is completely opposite from the rest of the settlement. It's somehow been maintained, clean, repaired, all of it, whereas the rest of it's dilapidated and falling apart. However, she freely admits that despite recovering much of her equipment decades ago, she's began running out of critical supplies, and has been for a while. So, she admits that she only focuses now on her most creative ideas that I can actually build and test. Now, some of them will tell you that there have been some unlucky enough to befall a serious injury or disease, but I have benefited. And if you look about the survivors, you will see some obvious examples of my handiwork. And you've also encountered the cybernetics, probably my proudest achievements to date, and something I truly believe the Empire would, pay the blood price to get on their hands on.
How many of those cybernetics did you make?
Well, there were the 6 on the ship. That was, of course, when we had a full security complement. Many of them died trying to subdue the Nexu the first time. And then, of course, we have the 2 here in the settlement that I've almost entirely domesticated with just a few moderate adjustments to their internal brain chemistry.
You mean 6 on the ship?
Yeah, 6 on the ship.
That were wandering around? Or like she had them before?
No, I mean, she came here and experimented on them.
Okay.
So, she sort of. It's interesting because, and maybe only Fen would truly gain the importance of this, but she's employed some kind of like long forgotten old Republic techniques of technology and like schematics and ways to build things. And what's interesting is that she actually sort of meshes these really old high technology with sort of modern functionality and purpose.
She has schematics. I can trade her one for light armor for something else.
Well, she says, honestly, Fen, and all of you, I'd be willing to trade much more than just dusty old schematics. I'd give you the wealth of my knowledge if you were to only bring me some new supplies. If this laboratory were up and running again, then I could produce wonders the universe had never seen before.
Well, I do have like 125 credits worth of materials back on the ship. If we're allowed to go and get them, we can bring it back. It's not a lot, but it'll help you get started.
But what?
Again.
But you said you had to contact this realm. No. Does he not still have technology access? Is he still Is he a businessman like his father was?
Yes, he can get such things.
Well, let me speak with Harsel. The man is paranoid, but he's listened to me. He's listened to me before. I'm certain that if we can guarantee my safety and thus his safety in some way, that he will allow an arrangement where, perhaps if you brought back a large cache, I could arrange to get you access and perhaps cybernetic help from the Nexu or from yourselves to get into the vault of the Salnal ore.
Sounds interesting. What do the others think?
Well, like you said, it all comes down to talking with Harsel.
Harsel's going to be awful hard to convince.
Well, he doesn't seem to be a man for change of mind.
Yes, he's quite stubborn. He has done things over the years
Yeah, well,
that have made me and sort of loose trust in him. What's that?
I'm thinking that Harsel, everybody has their price. In my experience, we just need to figure out what it would be to convince him to come in our direction.
Kraytala agrees. She says his price is safety. If even a cursory, I guess not cursory, but if strong evidence can be given for his safety in whatever plan that you presume, he will agree. Even if that means simply allowing some to go, but on a planet that has no presence of the Empire, and then bringing supplies back to ensure our own anonymity here. She sort of sighs, and as the conversation sort of falters, she excuses herself to go speak with Harsel, and allows you to wander about this settlement. I guess her laboratory as well. If you guys want to speak to some of the others or look about.
So we're in the laboratory right now, and Devin, does Devin see any computer terminals or data terminals in the lab?
Yeah. Yep. There's probably one older one. Yeah.
So, guys, I'm wondering if maybe we access that computer terminal and see exactly if they really truly have not been in contact with anybody during the past 30 years.
You think you can break in there?
I can try. Maybe Finn have any knowledge that way that he could give me a boost in doing so?
Yeah.
The opposite is what happens if you fail.
Yeah, that's why I didn't start doing it without asking everybody's. Because if we say that, I don't know. I might not be here tomorrow if it fails.
Well, or none of us might be here tomorrow. They might think we're Imperial spies.
That is very true. It's just an idea. We may not want to do it right now, but we may want to just keep it in the back of our mind.
I'm kind of Finn's more interested in these schematics you might have.
Okay.
Yeah, they're mostly
Cybernetics.
yeah, cybernetics. Yeah, exclusively. And if they're not, then they deal with starship engineering and the like.
When we have some free time, I want to start copying some of them.
Actually, I don't think that's probably now. So if Ben just starts copying those, that's probably fine. Kel, Tyzzyt, and Devin. You guys want to check the computers or talk with some of these other settlers? What do you think?
I was going to walk around and talk to different settlers,
Yeah.
sort of try and get a feel of the, feel of what the people want, as well as keeping an eye open to check out security in this area.
Tyzzyt's gonna check out the computer, see if he can find logs or anything like that, and see what maybe had happened before.
Okay, so
Devin will assist Tyzzyt on the computers.
Sure, yeah, whichever one of you has highest, and then obviously an upgrade.
Alright, I got 4 intelligence and 1 on computers. Devin.
Yeah, but I just have the skill. I'm not sure if I don't have any additional support there.
So Tyzzyt, you can just add a boost die from Devin. It'll be a hard check. You pretty quickly realize that the computer is pretty well secured.
Question: would our data pad help? I have a data pad in my inventory.
Yeah, so that allows you sort of access it, but no, it could have like a programming on it that would give you a boost die, but yeah, without that, it's just sort of allows you to access it remotely.
Okay.
Good question.
Man, that's just as threatful as yours.
Yeah, but you got Triumph.
Right on. Okay, so Tyzzyt gets in with Devin's help, right? Pointing out some of the key things. What you learn is that the timeline makes perfect sense, right? Everything lines up. 30 years ago, when the CIS rebellion was occurring against the Old Republic, Kraytala escaped with Captain Harsel after befriending him. Captain Harsel had risen in the ranks of the Old Republic fleet before defecting, and then led her out to the Outer Rim. What becomes more and more clear as you read the logs is that Kraytala had a lot to do with the changing from the Old Republic to the New Empire. In fact, when her cybernetic abilities were discovered, the Emperor, that is Emperor Palpatine's personal physicians, discovered her abilities and thought that they could be of use in aiding his medical needs. And so she was actually going to be conscripted to his personal medical team. Conscripted being, of course, like forcefully kidnapped into it. And that is the reason why she has been on the run for so long. It is not a cursory connection to the Empire, but a very strong connection to the most powerful person in the Empire. So whatever Tyzzyt and Devin thinks of that, but there's definitely, you eventually get to some log that just sort of like has the, the big word, right? It sort of like ends with the word Palpatine or something like that. And she's like, oh well then,
Boy, can you believe this, Devin?
Not really, but it's kind of yeah. No wonder Horsel doesn't want to feel it fears for his safety. But
Yeah.
I wonder why. Well, I'm trying to figure out what's her relationship to Horsel's that makes him want to protect her so badly.
Maybe the lovers, maybe the fighters,
There's some history there, I'm sure.
Wow. At the same time, Fen, you are copying schematics. You're not sure whatever these two are chatting about behind you, but
Yeah, sure, it's fine.
I'm sure it's fine. Exactly.
Yeah, once he's not occupied, I'll let him in on the space drama.
Space, right? There's drama. Fen's like, I'm sure it's fine.
Is it cybernetic implants or attachments?
They're mostly all. I mean, they really run the gambit, right? Like they're, she's done stuff on settlers. Survivors that have lost legs. That would be an augmentation. But then her
implant.
Exactly, right. But like her eye is more of like she still has real eye there. It's not like replaced entirely with a computer. It's like part computer, part living tissue. So like there is some stuff that straddles the line, but a lot of it is like full replacement of technology.
I was more like asking, would it function like a full schematic where to make it less difficult to make such item?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, no, that's exactly.
The fact that she replaced her own eye is very impressive.
Yeah, that's very impressive. Like she didn't blind herself or give herself a lobotomy.
Right. Either seemingly very easy to do.
She might have, considering how crazy she is.
So, a couple of things that Cal notices while taking a stroll among the retreat, as they call it. Now, enormous trees overhang it, right? It's clearly under the canopy. And the survivors have intertwined the limbs into a complex weave that creates a natural camouflage above. And between that canopy and the bluff that sort of surrounds you, there's actually pretty little direct sunlight, which is part of the reason why it's so humid here. There's, pretty quickly, you notice that beyond the bluff, which protects like 2/3 of the perimeter, right? There's a wall, about 15 feet, 5 meters high, and there's a couple guard towers, 3-ish, that run along the length. And then the trees that might allow something to climb over, you would note spikes kind of placed on every once in a while. The building that you come out of, the laboratory, is actually near two others. The Nexu cage is right next to it, to the left. And a large metallic structure with a high ceiling that has a lot of droid parts, and even several of the old, like the antiquated battle droids that you fought in the ship itself, muddling about there. Beyond, there looks to be a medical shack and a supply shack, as well as various living quarters that surround it. And you also spot a building with a watermill in it. That's obviously an old ship engine part converted into a generator that most of the other buildings are connected to by wiring. As you tour it, you definitely notice that there are a couple large blasters, like automated blasters, the one that come from a ship's turret, that have been set up near the western gate that you came in. It's a little bit hard to see from the ground, but if you were further out, like perhaps in the lake, you would definitely see these like two ship-sized blasters. Pretty intimidating as far as approaching. There are a lot of survivors that mill about. And many of them are near the center, around the fire pit, or sort of under the awnings of various buildings. The last thing that you see is near the bluff's edge. There's a hangar built out of heavy timber and expertly camouflaged by vegetation, and it holds a shuttle that looks to be salvaged from the Salnala ore itself.
Does it look to be in working condition?
No, not at all. It hasn't been for a very long time. Probably hasn't been for so long they took parts from it to do other stuff with, you know. Has a couple panels missing and the like. So does Kella want to talk to anybody in particular, or, you know, like, I don't know, any kind of person? I don't know.
No one in particular. He like walking around. Did he see anyone particularly interesting, or is it more just there's people going about their day doing their work?
Yeah, it's a lot of people going out to do their work. You know, if Captain Harsel is about, you haven't seen him, so he's likely still in the headquarters building where the meeting took place yesterday. You know, Kraytala left to speak with him. So kind of beyond that, you see a lot of the survivors milling about and doing their stuff. You do see a couple of the Trandoshans from the Yair clan walking about, but they're under heavy guard. They've got like 2 guards behind them. So pretty much, unless you want to go talk to Harsol or Kraytala, you're going to be speaking with like just a survivor or another. So how do you go about, like, you know, you just sort of like walk up and like, hey, what's up, man? Kick a rock, you know, and what you up to?
When Kill walks around, he's going to basically he's going to see if anybody looks to engage him. Like, you know, they look up like they want to talk.
Sure, okay. Yeah.
If no one does that, then yeah, he'll just meander over to people and start.
No, I think that would happen. I think that would, you know, maybe after a couple minutes, you know, you get around the perimeter ones, you check the kind of defenses, you know, and you get over to like a central area where there's a fire pit, a couple people congregating around, and they definitely like, oh, you're the treasure hunter, right?
Yes, we are the explorers.
Sure, yeah, explorers, yeah.
Yeah. So how much of that treasure is still on that ship?
Oh, you know, well, for some of us, one of them says kind of shittily, survival has been the number one focus. So we've never even gone back to the wreck. You know, once Kraytala let loose those Cybernexu, we were never going to go back there to try to search the vault. You know, we looted it a few times, made some expeditions over to there to get the settlement running, but that was it. Then Harsel, you know, axed it, said no one was allowed over there again for our own safety, and, you know, I'm sure you know the rest.
Yeah, having run into a couple of those Cybernexu. They are not very nice.
Exactly. So no, you know, as far as we know, the treasure's still. Well, one of them says and comes in, no, it must be still there, because, you know, the last explorers, he says with air quotes, you know what happened to them, right? And the other 3 are like, yeah.
Well, others have showed up before?
Oh, yeah, but those were treasure hunters, not explorers, one of them tries to explain. And says, so Captain Harsel shot them all in the face. Killed them and buried them in the swamp. Even worse, he disabled their ship, scrapped it, even though, well, me and mine wanted to leave, but didn't allow that either.
So he just made the decision to execute them all, take the parts of the ship that you wanted and needed, and then kept you all here.
They all kind of shake their heads solemnly. But it's with Kraytala, at his side, it's hard to say no. She might be a genius, but she refuses to stand up to Harsel. And with those, with those cybernetics are on her side, right? It's not like we can do anything about it. And then one of them just sort of like whispers in, like, she's definitely lost it,
Well, you have been
on.
marooned here for quite some time. The rest of you seem to have kept everything together.
Sure, yeah. I mean, we're not like declawing Cybernexu and giving them tasers, if that's what you
off.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
I know. It's like,
and they weren't quite declawed.
So,
but
Harsel silences any who oppose him, and if they continue to do so, they end up missing his first mate. Oh, and then one of them is like trying to get the other one to hush down. His first mate completely went missing one day. Says he went out into the jungle to try to explore the wreckage, but we all know Captain Harsel took him out and made sure he wouldn't be on our side.
So he's into silencing dissenters. How many times have treasure hunters ended up coming here?
The ones. You're the second group. I guess the third with the Ayers.
Wow. Yes, I guess they would be the third, quote unquote.
Yeah.
How many of your original crew have gone missing?
Oh, we've lost 20 or so through the years.
From the same issues as the first mate?
No. Maybe only 6 have been murdered by Harsel, I guess is what you're asking. Yeah, I guess what he says is so there's a large group of us that wants to leave desperately. And we'll do a lot, right? That's kind of why they looked so expectantly to talk to Kel. And he says our group used to be, there's like 6 of us now, and our group used to be twice the size before they began to talk up too much. And Harsel, they all sort of met their end one way or another, mysteriously.
Just happened to be put on that dangerous assignment that was totally necessary for the camp, eh?
And Captain Harsel always happened to go with.
Of course, for leadership. And Captain Harsel also always happened to come back and light one person.
So it seems.
Yes, I have seen such coincidences before.
So we're asking, he says, and sort of pulls in. No matter what Kraytala, no matter what that psychopath Kraytala works out with Harsel, we want to get out.
How many of you are there that to leave, no matter what?
Well, us 3. My wife, and like his sister. So about 6.
You just want to go to a fringe world and disappear and start a new life, eh?
We had nothing to. Listen, decades ago we might have had something to do with the rebellion, but as far as we're concerned, if you mention, if the rebellion is still running, then we want nothing to do with it now. And we're happy to simply live out the rest of our lives. And sure that the Empire's intelligence agency are never going to find us.
Yes. Well, I'm sure I can mention that to parcel that some people wish to leave, or I will not mention specifically that anyone wishes to leave, but I will bring it up as an option since he has already mentioned it. As I don't want to think that there are people here who want to leave.
He can't. What? That's the thing. You know, they also are kind of chatting at once. If he arranges a deal for you to bring supplies and to make this place a thriving settlement, then he can't imagine that I can't believe that you would try to make us stay. A gilded cage is still a cage, you know, and he's not, you know, none of these guys are willing to just sort of keep on putting it out and live this frontier life. They never signed up for that.
Exactly.
So, you know, they're kind of on the line where convince him of whatever he, you know, he seemed interested in some deal with Ropak or whomever, right? He told us once decades ago, we've forgotten. If you can get him to do that, then we can sort of just like, you know, jump on to leaving, right? Because he's already going to let you guys leave. If he doesn't agree to letting you guys bring back supplies or doing whatever, then it doesn't really matter because there's going to be a gunfight before you guys leave anyways. You know what I mean? So at the very least, convince him to do something, and then hopefully you can just jump on your ship.
I understand where you're coming from, yes.
Yeah.
I will do what I can to secure safety off planet.
So at this point, it's probably been an hour, maybe two, wandering around, checking schematics, breaking into Kraytala's computer and reading her diary, stuff like that. A little bit after noon, maybe early, late-ish afternoon, 2 or 3 o'clock. Kraytala and Harsol gather the group. Interestingly enough, anyone who was outside before this would note that Yav and the Yair clan left a similar meeting just moments before being called into the headquarters. Yav has sort of, I don't know, I guess if you could identify a Rhodian smirking, he would definitely have a smirk upon his face. Captain Harsol looks determined as you enter, but Kraytala looks a little bit more hopeful. So, you've gotten the time to explore. It's a bold.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Who are you going to send, son?
Whatever Yayar's name is.
Oh, Yav, Yair?
Yeah, the Rhodian.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I gotta take a strain to do that, though.
Right on.
See what he's feeling, thinking.
So, you've gotten the chance to acclimate yourself to the retreat. And know that what we've been doing here is all in the vein of safety. Safety that will be compromised instantly should word get out of our presence. I assume Kraytala was nice enough to inform you of her entanglement with the Empire. Now, I'm wondering what you can do for us. So again, all 5 of you are there.
Well, I can tell by the grin on that dirty Rhodian's face, you've already tried to make some type of deal with him, and you're listening to what he says.
Well, I would be a fool
You'd
to
be
not
a fool.
explore all of my
to listen.
options.
Have you not learned anything from your own robot?
The fact remains that resources in the retreat are sparse, and old
And-
transgressions are easier forgiven when the needs are this dire.
And you'll work with anyone to get what you want.
Or starting this off that way. All right. So he goes, I don't need to prove to you. This settlement's continued survival is proof enough that what I have done has been absolutely necessary. Had I let up on any one front, the Empire would have been at our door immediately. Kraytala would have been kidnapped, forced to do God knows what, and God knows who, and we would have all been.
That was 30 years ago, Captain. The Empire is not looking for you anymore. You are insignificant. They want her, not you.
What about, Tyzzyt, Fen, Devin, anything to add on to this? Because I'm going to make Kel roll here in a quick minute.
Oh, I thought he was still talking to the people.
No, this is sorry. You all got invited into
okay.
our. No worries. Man.
Okay, this was after that meeting. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. My bad.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. I'll. Well, Kel, did you tell us everything that you heard from the?
We didn't have a chance to talk.
Oh.
No. You would have. Sorry. No, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to imply that. That's why I was kind of like, Kel talks to some folks out in the settlement. You guys kind of mill about, and then a couple hours, pass, and you get invited in. So no, you definitely would have, whatever you heard Kel just saying, you guys would probably know most of it.
I would basically tell them what he heard from the people of the settlement.
Exactly, yeah, and then you guys mill about, and then you guys get invited in. So no, go for it. But Kel at this point is kind of taking the stance of like you're kind of being a control freak here.
He's already siding with the Rhodian.
Is there anything, Captain Harville, that also? Sorry, Harville. That what would make us look good in your eyes?
Well, you've already shown honor, which in better days might have been enough for me to trust you. The Yire say that they have a settlement that they can take those who want to leave. Somewhere in the Outer Rim. And that once they're done, that they have good contacts in the in the business world to set up a trade line here. The reason why I didn't start with that, because I knew your offer was much the same. Despite what you might think of me, and despite what those out there do, the survivors themselves, you bringing IT-3PO to me means a lot. And the fact that Riom is Ropok's father means even more to me. But without a concrete plan, like the Yire have, I can't agree to anything.
Yeah, but the Yire are gonna say whatever to get you here. Those are the same people that came here to try to steal a claim from us and try to take the IT-3PO. How are you gonna trust some untrustworthy people?
What? And be that as it may, what I need to know now is since you are more trustworthy, as you say, can you produce a plan of the same value instead? I would much prefer to work with you than the Yire.
What did you say, boys? About what we talked about earlier, and care. Sorry.
You can easily come up with a better plan than these scum.
Yeah, and obviously you guys can talk out of character, strategize. That's fine.
Well, we talked about it. We're going to offer him an outpost.
Yeah, I think it's essentially the same thing, right? Like, I don't think there's much difference in the plan. We can get you out, and we can provide a contact for technology, right?
So the information that changed from last time was that he seems like a bad person to those, to at least his crew people, right? So is there anything that we want to do as a group? Maybe come up with some sort of plan that. Do we care? I shouldn't ask. I don't care for the personal safety of this outpost, but
I mean, Finn would.
That's what,
Devin has to agree. He doesn't really care about this outpost. That wasn't part of the deal we made when we came looking for it.
We came looking for it. We didn't come looking for an outpost.
Exactly. We found the technology. We found, and we know this place exists, but that's about it.
Yeah, and I guess on Devin's point, I'm not saying that you said this, but if you happen to bring back Kraytala or a piece of cyberware of her design, like the cybernexy thing, like that would be all the better, right? Because that would fulfill the job as you just described and bring back proof. So
Fenn's got all those schematics.
yeah, so that exactly. So like you guys have, as far as what you were sent here to do, that is done. If you guys wanted to come back and loot the vault, if you wanted to explore the ship more, all of that stuff is separate. Even this is separate. But as far as the quest is concerned, yes, you are 100% done with the job.
Just got to get back with our heads. That's the hard part right now.
Yeah, of course. No, but Devin's absolutely right. So
okay, I'm going to say this out of character, but I got who's the other guys that were negotiating? What's their name?
The Yair clan.
Right, the Yair clan. So we've been thinking about negotiating, trying to convince Horse. So why don't we just talk to the Yair clan and make a deal and allow them to create an outpost, trade post, do whatever they want, and that we'll just head on, just leave. Let them have it. Knowing that we have what we need to complete our part of the deal.
They're going to come back with a giant force, kill everybody, and loot the ship.
Yes, and Devin is saying that is acceptable.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Devin, as a hired,
you do understand our contact. We get a huge bonus from what he finds here. If he comes back and it's all gone, we get nothing.
Oh, that's true. Okay, I forgot about that. Okay, that's okay.
That was we were getting like a percentage of the tech.
Yeah, but that's of what we found. As long as we show evidence of it.
No, that's very true. So remember, Riam owns a company. So what he knows right now, what he knows going into it, was that there's potentially high tech in this place and some of it to sell. So if you guys brought some back, he could then use his market connections to sell it, turn a profit, and do all that. Or if you guys brought back proof that there was some huge store of it, then he could use that proof to fund investors on an expedition to kind of like do what you guys did with like more climbing gear and all that stuff.
Sounds true.
Exactly. So that's what the Yair clan is really looking to get done. The Yair clan is looking to get out, go back to their Rhodian clan, and bring back like 3 ships with Rhodians to loot the whole ship.
I mean, from Finn's point of view, Kartala is doing more to protect the village than this captain does, because she, even though it's inhumane, made bodyguards, and she probably keeps people alive and healthy through experimentations, but she's probably doing more than the captain at this point.
It's true. And I guess another thing to consider is, I guess if we were to try to leave, Horsel's probably not going to allow us to leave because we know how to get here.
I'm assuming whoever he makes the deal with gets to leave, and whoever doesn't, trip into the jungle with him.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
And so that's kind of like what these dudes were saying outside. They were like, yeah, just kind of like, make a deal with Harsel and then betray him. Once he lets you leave, do whatever you want, but focus on getting Harsel to let you leave. That being said, actually no, that's good. So Captain Harsel comes at you kind of defensively. He's like, listen, I don't need to prove to you that my tactics work. We are still alive. Do you have an Empire-free zone to bring survivors to, where we can be sure that they won't simply be tortured and give up our location?
Of course, we can take survivors out to the outer fringe where you can all slip away into obscurity, and the Empire will never even know where you are. They won't even look for you because they won't even know that you're there to look for.
He begins to nod. Yep.
And then we can, if you wish to stay here and keep your outpost, we can even set up with Riam. He can come and start delivering supplies. He's the son of your friend, so he will be trustworthy to bring a supply route rather than these Rhodians that will probably bring the Hutts or the Empire to your door.
Or both. Don't forget both.
Or
Mike
or
off.
both. Yeah.
Both is definitely an option. So they, he begins to shake his head up and down. I gotta just remember one. I'm trying to remember. What are you gonna roll?
Mike on.
Of like coerce, deception, leadership, charm, negotiation. You know what I mean? It cut out. What's that?
I would use leadership if I could.
Cool. So let me look then. It is. Oh my gosh.
Good.
So roll leadership. Devin has it, so you upgrade it once. Fen and Tyzzyt obviously boosted you, and then your difficulty is 3 challenge and 1 difficulty.
What?
Yeesh.
No, how the Rhodians get this off.
Their rolling was insane.
Success.
This was excellent doing business with you. Now,
Whew, that's about as good as we could hope for.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
The good thing with that bonus die.
Yeah.
Maybe we upgraded that with a light point. But
Ooh.
oh well, we needed.
So Captain Harsel begins to shake his head. IT-3PO did tell me the story. Those Rhodians are not to be trusted. We will need the Night Flyer, though, their ship, if we're to get the amount of survivors out of the retreat that I suspect want to leave. It's unlikely that without me lying, I'll have to lie to them to tell them that I've accepted their deal in order to get their help, unless the 5 of you'd like to go, ask them for their ship and their assistance.
Oh, I'd like to ask them more than for them.
You mean you want to use them to fly their ship?
No, we just so he needs if there's 24 people, you guys' life support can hold like 7. You know what I mean? So there still needs to be like 18 slots, and so the Night Flyer, like their ship, will have to be used to transport some of the people who want to leave.
Sure.
Who flies that ship? I guess. Yeah, he's not so particular on, but he would rather you guys go ask the Yair clan for their assistance by telling them that you're splitting the bounty, right? that he's going to give both of you the rights and then sell some of the things to one of you or something like that. And he's worked out some deal with both the Ire clan and the Riam Salvage Company, and that way he can get their ship. He can use their ship.
Hell, bet we
So
put
you
up.
want to let them go?
Well, I don't.
Listen, you let him go, there's gonna be problems later.
Yeah, that's not.
You let them go whether you make the deal with them or not. When they come back and you say, haha, we're not making a deal with you, they will then go sell you out to the Empire or the Hutts, or both. We can take their ship. We can even take your people on their ship. They need to not leave the planet.
Yeah, let him work for you.
All right, let's do it
And
again.
Kel looks at Captain Harsel and says, "You've had to make hard decisions on treasure hunters before, yes?"
That is very true. Devin and Fenn, you guys got to say something so Cal here can get some assist die.
Could always just ask nicely. I'm sure they'll understand.
Well, that's what they're saying, right? You guys are trying to get Captain Harsel to like go out there with guns blazing against the Ire clan to basically steal their ship.
Just to appeal to their sense of humanity.
Appeal to the Ira clan or to Horsel?
Yeah. So.
Yar.
Yep.
Well, we can try that. If that doesn't work, then there's always gunplay.
Well, so that's what they're saying. Like it doesn't even like if you ask them for their ship, and the Ire clan gives it to you, which they're not going to. Just you guys know that. Even then, even if they did, you'd still have a bunch of dudes who are going to instantly sell you out to the Empire. That's what Kel and Tyzzyt are saying. So, basically Harsel was like, go ask them to use their ship. Lie to them, tell them that we've made a deal. Cal and Tyzzyt come back with, they're not going to agree. It doesn't matter. We may as well go out there and shoot all of them dead. Because that's going to be the same outcome regardless. And this way, we're just doing it right now, as opposed to 3 weeks from now when they come back with the Empire. So I'm going to make Kel roll that diplomacy check. So does Fenn or Devin have anything to add for convincing Harsel to let the 5 of you go out there and take the ship?
It's for the greater good and the greater safety of your people.
That's probably true.
Well, Devin's just going to say, we've had experience in dealing with those kinds before, and you should be able to trust us to take care of business.
Ooh, nice, well done. Yeah, true and very true as well. So it's the same difficulty, Cal, and it's going to be it's not diplomacy. It's
Leadership,
right?
right?
No. So this one's going to be negotiation. So you let. So the leadership check was, just to explain it. The leadership check was to convince him to work with you as opposed to the Ire clan. The same check that the Ire clan had succeeded, and why he was smiling. This negotiation check is after you've succeeded, and now the idea is that you're trying to get him to have you guys go shoot him, take the ship.
Okay, and it's 3 boost dice.
Does anybody else have negotiation?
No.
3 boost die, and I would use a light point.
It's a friendly tip.
Can you now? If you something I noticed before, if you put in your skill and then drag in the light point, it'll upgrade it automatically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Drag it where?
into the chat
On your
box.
dice.
Yeah, or on
dice.
dice. Yeah. So that's kind of cool. But regardless, you're gonna upgrade it regardless.
Okay, red dice, don't screw us.
Oh man, it was so close.
Boost dice did nothing.
He says, I know, right? They're 1/3 do nothing. He says, I can't excuse murder. For the simple fact, I can't excuse, strong arm robbery. No. And he sort of puts his foot down, and he's like, you'll have to go out there and ask them. If they refuse, do what needs to be done. But I'd prefer it if they were, restrained, and then I could speak to them and try to convince them myself.
How about this? We'll walk out there with you, and you can try and convince them. And when they say no, then we kill them.
Well,
you don't have to kill them. We just take their ship. They can stay here with you. If you do not want to kill them, put them to work. If you let them go and you double cross them, they're going to come back and either kill you or sell you to the Empire or sell you to the Hutts. And when you see a Star Destroyer floating above your camp, you will know our words are true. But as you wish.
He's just gonna like mumble among himself and say, "Stay here for a minute." He leaves. From outside, you can hear him gathering up various survivors and chewing them into their homes.
And before he walks out the door, Kel again reiterates, it's not like you have not done this before for the betterment and survival of the camp. He's taking his hard stance.
He comes back in a moment later. The Ire are congregating around the generator and the barracks we put them in. Just gotta think for a second. Yeah. The Ire are around the barracks that we put them in, near the generator. Be careful. If this settlement is to survive, that generator is of the utmost importance, but beyond that, I'll concede that their ship is fairly important. All right. Give me 1 second here, get the setup, and then we'll begin.
We can just go out and put two in their head, right?
Alright, Tyzzyt's back. I am back. You guys head out into the settlement, leaving the headquarters. The Ire, that is the two Trandoshans, the 2 Rhodian clan members, and Yav, that's the leader, give you long, hard stares as you approach. Yav looks about, and it's clear that he knows something's up. He shouts out, his accent had come in. Oh, what's this then? The strong arm tactic? Captain Harsol put all the people away. Doesn't think that we're willing to fight for ourselves? That claim was ours to begin with. And all you've done is come in and jump on it, once Riom was too weak to take it himself. He's obviously posturing.
Put him against the wall, make a firing line, and hey, Fen, maybe you want to go inside.
Nah.
If you're gonna start doing that, yeah.
Yeah, so there's you guys are gonna, we should be rolling the initiative.
Why?
Are you guys gonna start shooting them?
Yeah, they're like prisoners, right? They don't have any weapons.
Oh no, they have all their weapons on them.
They have all their weapons.
Yeah, they didn't take away your guys' weapon.
They took all our weapons. That was the whole thing when we met them. They were like, you have to give up your weapons.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, so they're gonna fight back though, is my point. Like, I didn't mean like.
Okay.
Right, like you're gonna like punch him in the face. Yeah, you're gonna fight him.
He didn't give us our weapons?
Heck no, dude. This is a brawl, dude.
This doesn't make sense to me then.
Why?
He wants us to kill them, but he doesn't give us
He
weapons
doesn't
to
want
kill
you
them.
to. He doesn't actually want you to kill him. Remember, he wants you to go.
Okay, well then this is a moot point. And he tried to convince them, and they said no. So then that's that, right?
No, but I think he wants. I mean, so I don't think he puts as much faith in his ability to convince them as you guys, right? That's what he was asking you. It's not so much that like he wanted you, like it's that he wanted you to go do something for him because he couldn't do it himself. You know what I mean? So if you guys go up to them, like obviously ready to like beat them, and there's 5 of them, and there's and you guys have the captain's back, right? So then you guys could just as easily do like an intimidate check or beat them up until they submit. That's what he's asking you to do. Because unlike right, he doesn't have guards. He has like 4 guys that are on his side, right? So like he'd rather go use you to do the exact same thing. So do you think if you just had your weapons, you wouldn't shoot them? You just tell them like this is what's happening? Is that what you're saying?
That wasn't Kel's plan at all.
What was Kel's plan?
To kill them. That's what he's been saying this whole time, is you can't trust those guys. If you let them go, they're going to sell you out. If
Yeah,
you
he
tell
doesn't
them
want to. He's not suggesting that you let them go. That's not at
I don't know
all
what he's suggesting.
that you guys get the access codes to their ship, right? That you tell them like they're either going to, give you the access codes to your ship, and you're going to lie to them, and then get it by telling them that they're going to leave, or you're going to say we're taking your ship, give us the access codes, right? That's it. He's trying to get their ship. Right, like what happens to them as a result of that is not what he's worried about.
Can our computer people not just hack into their ship and get their codes? and steal it?
Probably.
Yeah, it's definitely. It's just that, like, so on that end, right? So if that's the case, then we should get you. Then he's gonna have to kill him, right? He's gonna have to take him out. And so, like, we're gonna have to get you guys your weapons and have you guys go do that. That's why he didn't give you your weapons, though, right? Because he's not trying to do that. He's trying to. He would rather this be like on their own volition, so that there's not a combat in the middle of the settlement. You know what I mean?
There'll never have to be a combat in the middle of the session or in the middle of the camp. We can take them outside of the camp. But I mean, if that's all he wants, then Kel would suggest that we go to their ship and see if we can't just break into it. That would be the easiest, instead of trying to coerce them into it. Or at least Kel thinks it is. If he really thinks the best thing to do is to try and coerce them and say, hey, give us your ship, I mean, we'll try.
Could have a jungle trial where we all get crazy on jungle juice and fight each other with sticks.
Getting Southeast Asian up in here.
That come from Tyzzyt.
He goes. I think so. That's what I'm kind of saying. I think so genuinely, right? Parcel's main thing here is that he'd rather not have the. Let me think.
He doesn't want a bloodshed. He wants it just done.
So if that was the case, right? Could we get him out of the settlement to do it, right? Could y'all be like, we're gonna bring the ships in, and then at least when you guys, drew weapons on them and stuff, they were out of the settlement. You go out there, you're like, hey, we need your access codes. Let's go back to your ship. And they come with you. Or they, don't, right? But I think that, yeah. So do you want to try it, Fen? Do you want to try getting access to their computer? I mean, it doesn't matter, right? You guys are going to fly off, and then the Iyer clan is just pissed and hanging out in the settlement, right? Like,
We could just tell them we have found survivors and they have to help us out in the jungle to get them. They would just jump them and leave them for them saber cats. The next.
He gives us our weapons. We walk over to them, put the muzzles to their heads, and pulls the triggers. Done. I mean, it's a little messy in town, but if you blow their head off, there's no to lead them out, right?
Yeah, but are you winning anybody's trust by blowing heads off? Probably not, mate.
That's right. So he can't.
Trust are we trying to get?
He's trying not to have people. That's exactly what he doesn't want to happen. Regardless of what he's done in the past, he's never done that, and he's not willing to have it done now.
Totally has.
No, he's never blown somebody's head off in front of everybody else. No, absolutely not.
No public execution.
No, everyone's disappeared, and it's all hearsay or rumor. You don't actually know that it's true. You have no refutable fact that's ever actually happened. You just know that a bunch of people who don't like him over 30 years have continually said, we don't like him. That doesn't mean anything. So, that's exactly what he doesn't want to happen.
Vicious rumors are formed over people not liking other people.
And honestly, that's what the negotiation check was for. So if you guys can't get them out of the settlement and back to their thing to get you their access codes, or get their access codes without nonviolence, he's going to have to find some other way to do it. He doesn't give you guys back your guns. He's saying, I'll work with you. I'll supposed to work with Riom, right? And I'll give you proof of that. I'll also allow some of my settlers to leave some of these survivors to leave, so long as there's an adequate connection. But to do so, we need their ship, and I'm not willing to have some bloodbath in town.
Well, is there a way you could start a commotion to where the people could leave town, and then we can somehow fought our way through getting the access codes and whatnot, subduing these dingles.
Well, I mean, shit. Fen, you want to give it a shot first? Let's see if we don't have to.
Let's
Hack
just
in?
yeah. Exactly. He wants access to the ship. Let's see if we can hack into their ship. If we can't, then we'll come back and try and negotiate with them. If we can hack into the ship, he can just keep him sitting here in jail for however long he wants. And the point's moot. We don't have to deal with the Rhodians, and we can just leave them here. And we have what we need if we can hack in. So let's try that first if he's up for it.
I think he definitely is. Devin, do you have computers?
Yes, I do, and I have my data pad.
Right on. So you can easily upgrade Fen's check. I'm thinking here.
Hey, can Tyzzyt tell him not to forget that he's dealing with Rhodians? So he would need to do that certain key maneuver that he always forgets to do.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
It's hard with 2 setback, Fen.
And Kel's gonna pat Fenn on the shoulder and give her encouraging words, because Kel knows Fenn can do this.
Nice.
2 difficulty, 2 setback dies, 1 upgrade, and 2 boost.
Yep, 3 difficulty though.
Why don't we use one of our force points?
Sure, if you want to.
I think we want to make sure we do it.
It's a nice one.
Yep. So okay.
Yep.
Fen,
Access code to all the doors.
yeah, you also have remote access to the ship.
So could Devin use the data pad and actually fly the ship over here?
Yeah, it would be really hard. The check would be difficult, but you could do it.
Okay,
It's
well,
awesome.
we don't really need to.
I don't think we need to do that.
You're like using the WAD, like WADS on an iPad to like fly a ship, you know?
Just show him that you could turn it on from there, and I think that'll be good enough.
I mean, there's no landing spot over here. That's why we landed on the other spot.
It would be good training for anything, you know. Let's just say that. But it succeeds, pretty stellarly from Harsel's headquarters computer here. And like I said, gains you complete access to the ship and remote access as well.
Told you could do it.
Of course, I've been into tougher systems before.
Harsel, seemingly convinced, says that, good. He says, good. I'll tell the Ire that the plan is to proceed nominally. In the morning, we'll take those survivors who want to leave and bring them towards the ship in a group. I'll lead those survivors while you and the Yair head out as well. Once the survivors are out of sight, you're free to take out the Yair.
No
You wanna
mystery.
So, are we still with Captain Harwell or
Yeah.
Harsel? Okay, I'll wait.
Sure, but I mean, after that, he'll once the discussion sort of ends, he'll leave to go begin arranging things with the settlers, essentially making a big announcement that you can hear from inside any building. But he gathers people around the central area and begins to shout that tomorrow, the Night Flyer and the Gamorrah will be leaving with any crew that like to. Know that once they'll be returning to contracts that will make this place a thriving settlement free from the Empire's control. So I invite any who are willing to make, to do the work, to stay. Kratala, once he leaves, pretty quickly comes up and asks to come onto your ship.
What did the sense give me?
Oh, sorry. And what was your question, Tyzzyt?
No, I was gonna wait until he leaves. Until it's just us in the room with the group.
So Kratala asks to leave with you.
Yeah. And is there like insight to see if she's worried about something?
Yeah, it's a perception check.
So I'm basically trying to see if she's worried, like if she has an underlying concern in her tones.
Probably a difficulty to it.
Yeah, I gotta look at hers anyways. So 1 second. I'm just gonna roll her because I gotta roll her opposing check as difficulty die. So I'll just do it. I'm just finishing out what I type into Cal.
I don't know. Finn would be glad to have her aboard and learn from her. Probably not the inhumane stuff, but the other stuff's great.
She says, like, I'm gonna need what Harsel is building here is great. But I last night I realized while looking over my lab that there was no amount of equipment or supplies that would actually
Mic off.
make up for that. For not having a real place of work. Kel's right. It's been 30 years. There's no reason why I might not even be on the Empire's radar anymore.
Plenty of companies out there
Mic
that'll
on.
shield you from the Empire.
Mic
For
off.
exchange for your work.
Mic on.
There's plenty of people that are in need of your skills.
Doesn't look like Harsel's thinking about double-crossing us. But his plans seem fishy.
So, I get it. Yeah. All right.
What?
Well, I don't want to. I'm gonna wait till she leaves the room now.
Well, so yeah, if you agree to take her with, right? That's what she's waiting. Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah. So then she like agrees and begins to go pack up stuff in her lab, leaving you guys alone in the edge quarter.
Did Harsel to basically tell everybody that they're all leaving? Or just people who want to go?
People who want to can go, but then he tried to say that like it's going to get better here because of you guys, right? Because of the pipeline, because of the connection.
Yeah, I got an eerie feeling about this guy. First he wants everybody to stay, and now he's okay with us leaving. Even though we kind of made the circumstances, it just doesn't seem right.
Yeah, he's worried about survival. He's worried about the Empire. But Yeah, he doesn't want to off the Rhodians for some reason.
Well, you said that you guys were going to take him out tomorrow, right? He just want to do it in public. He doesn't want to do it before because if he doesn't want people to freak out before they leave, right? He knows that especially with you guys' presence and the possibility, right, of escape, that like there's essentially a boiling point. And so, despite the fact that he's got a couple guns and some guards, there's still 25, 30 people. And so if they decided that they're going to leave, you know what I mean? Because Captain Harsal is offing people in the middle of the settlement, then a riot just as bad as a riot, So he's simply trying to keep it calm until those who want to leave are just out and gone. He also believes that you will genuinely bring them to a place beyond Empire control, right? Like you succeeded at that. So he's all of this is going off of the fact that he's assuming you're going to bring them to some world that the Empire has no presence on. So there's no chance. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. We're basically going to take them to, that space station where Riam is, and basically or drop them somewhere else out on the outer fringe.
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of why he's allowing this to happen, though. Like after the fact, is because at this point he's pretty sure that his check boxes have been checked. So long as there's not some riot over the next 12 hours or whatever till tomorrow morning when you guys leave, and to do so to make that happen, to make everything go smoothly, it's going to require not shooting the Rhodians in the square.
Can we Tiger King them? What? Tiger King them. They just happened to in the Nexu cage, and they got eaten by the Nexus.
Crazy how that happened.
Sorry.
Hey, Kale, maybe you should go speak with the people after we're down here and see what's on their brains. See.
I already did. What are you asking about?
Well, after the announcement, just to see if they're all trusting his word, basically.
Okay, I can meander around and talk with different people. Maybe meet up with those couple that I spoke with before. Get their ideas on the Harsel's words.
So assuming that happens pretty quickly afterwards, that nobody does anything more immediate, the people that Kel talks to they're distrusting as well, kind of like you guys just were, right? About Harsel's thing. Like, why after all these years would he allow us to leave? And, certainly we'd rather be on y'all's ship than the Rhodians, that sort of thing. Do you ask them anything specific?
Yeah, what they're most afraid of, what are they thinking of is going to happen if they're not too trusting of him?
The concerns are like an ambush. They're worried that he's using this, that he's like betraying the crew, like you five. He's betraying you with the Rhodians, and he's gonna get everyone out, into the jungle and kill all the survivors that want to leave. It's not really rational. They're just not convinced that all of a sudden he's willing to let them leave.
It's not rational, but it's exactly what we're afraid of.
Right. Yeah, you're right. They don't necessarily have any evidence, because they're like, well, maybe he's gonna, the Rhodians are gonna get out there. The Rhodians are gonna kill you guys, then he's gonna kill us using the Revos, using the giant dinosaur people or something like that.
Okay. Kel's gonna try and assure them that, as before, he's gonna do what he can to get them off planet safely.
Yeah, they're definitely like gonna, keep a keen eye and try to stick in the back of the group towards y'all.
So Kel's gonna report back to the group and say, "I think we need to speak to old girl."
Kraitala?
Yes.
Okay. You find her in her lab.
And basically, Kel's gonna ask her the same thing. Does she feel that Harsol's gonna do this? Because it seems to us that he flipped over to, oh, it's okay to let people go, away from the paranoia of no one can leave.
Didn't she say she wanted to come with us? It wouldn't make any sense if she knew that they were coming after us to be with us.
What?
No, but I get what Kendrick's to say. No, she doesn't. She says he confides in me pretty regularly. He hasn't admitted to any plans of betrayal. He has kept this place as his the safety of this place has been his paramount concern for 30 years. That being said, I don't know. So you're right to worry, and his reversal was surprising, but a lot of that depends on if or if not he finds out about me leaving.
If he finds out about you leaving, he's going to go through the roof. Because if you leave, there's no reason for him to stay.
Right, and I'm not quite sure how he's going to take that. It could go a lot of different directions.
I think you should not tell him that you are going to leave until we have our weapon back.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And I'm afraid he's made a deal with the Rhodians so that if something like this happens, he'll enlist their aid. For someone who is willing to take people out and kill them because they dissent, I don't know if you wish to confirm or deny such rumors, but multiple people have mentioned this to us.
Oh, he's definitely killed. He killed his first mate, and then she says that he killed the last few, letting them into a cyber-nexu ambush, the treasure hunters.
So, someone who is willing to do that to keep the safety of the retreat, I can easily see this is why he doesn't want us just to, he was so against us just finishing those Rhodians off and taking their ship. He's playing us against each other.
He has a strategic mind twisted by 30 years of paranoia, she says. Unlike mine, who's been able to, explore.
Unlike yours, whose logical and scientific mind has been able to see the truth of things.
Well, she says, I'll make ready and do it secretly. But keep an eye out tonight.
You control all the Nexu, correct?
Oh no. The domestication chip had some strange effects. So they listen to anybody, but there's a good chance that they just sort of randomly decide to eat you.
And we have 2 here in this camp?
Yeah. She says, the idea being that we let them out if something terrible happens. They can move the cage. So they can, position the cage on the outer wall and then let the Nexu out, and they'll attack, who's ever, besieging the settlement.
Any chance you and Fen could work up something to direct them for 5 minutes?
Probably not overnight.
We could certainly release them.
Well, I'm sure you could release them, but any chance of them being released into that little area where the 4 Rhodians are? Accidents happen.
Harsol's guards would pretty easily spot the movement of the cage.
Well, then. I have a sinking feeling that tomorrow, when you announce that you are leaving, his guards, and the Rhodians and Trandoshians are going to turn on us.
Well, let's not announce that I'm leaving until we're at your ship, then. I'll need to. I'll have some pretense about bringing material as proof to Riam. Bring it to your ship, and then simply get on with the other survivors and leave.
Who is going to fly the other ship with the other survivors?
Try
Did you
fly
say who?
remotely.
Say who is going to fly the other ship?
Yeah.
Oh, one of the survivors is one of the pilots.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fen, you got control of that ship, right? You didn't hand it over to them.
We could also send what's our other pilot?
Devin, pilot.
Devin, you could pilot ours.
Yeah,
Remo.
Remo, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, so I mean, even if Fen also gave them the access codes, he wouldn't he wouldn't take away his own access. So even when someone else is flying the ship, Fen could still
I just mean
use that access.
Maybe Fen could run some scans over the night, make sure no one's, putting bombs or sabotaging that ship.
Yeah.
Cool. Because
See if anyone accesses it over the night.
I don't know. Kel has a very sinking suspicion that we're going to get double crossed. So he's trying to cover a bunch of different bases. This guy is super tactical and sort of warped. So it's like trying to outthink a great tactician.
Yeah, that's my feeling exactly.
Kel's not the greatest at it. So he's just trying to think of all the different things that, we could get ambushed on the way. He could do some type of sabotage that, blows up the ship with all the people who want to leave, make it look like our fault, like he did it. So that
then he also makes it look like it's your guys' fault because he's really evil.
He points to the other people at the village. They see those ones who wanted to leave. Look, they're dead. You want to stay here.
Right on. Well, let's take a couple-minute break, and we will see what form of betrayal happens.
What form? I.e., happen. That's smart.
See you guys in 5.
Okay.
All right, 5.
Mic off. Auto shutdown initiated. Auto shutdown canceled.
All right. Is everybody back?
Kel's here.
Ben's here.
Hey, Vic, you
Mic
here?
on.
David's back.
Right.
Mic off.
I'm excited for this fight, David.
Mic on.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah. I know you've gotten
Mic off.
gotten a lot of talents over the last couple of sessions.
Mic on.
So the next morning, most of the
Mic off.
survivors have gathered outside the settlement's doors in the square. Of the little more than 24 of them, most are going to get off. Either on the Night Flyer or on the Gamorrah. It seems that several of Harsel's guards and closer confidants are staying, and it would appear to most that Kraytala and her assistants, her laboratory assistants, are also going to stay. But you, of course, know that them, along with those survivors you've spoken with over the last couple of days, will be escaping on the Gamorrah.
So, she's coming with us. How many others are coming with us?
She's got 3 assistants.
Okay.
And then 6, the 3 people you spoke with yesterday, and then their 3 buddies. So 6, unnamed kind of survivors.
So in the morning, Kel's gonna go talk to Captain Harsel and sort of ask him, how sort of confide in him, be like, so hey, how do you want to play this? How do you want this to go down?
You're talking to Harsel.
Yes.
So he's going to lead the main group of survivors to the Night Flyer. The group of survivors with the other pilot. There's going to be a little bit of break between the Yair clan, or you guys, and the Yair clan. Once you guys get, a half kilometer away, he's gonna, you're gonna ambush the Yair clan or whatever.
So he wants to lead the group off sort of split us up, and then he wants us to ambush the Yair clan?
Yeah, not to split us up, just so that any of the stray shots don't kill somebody. You know what I mean? Just like there's going to be some amount of like couple meters between. You know what I mean? 100 meters or whatever between the first of the people who are going to fight and the rest of the survivors. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, is he assuming he's gonna pass our weapons back to us now and not to the Yairs?
He does pass your weapons. Yeah, he gives you back your weapons. You don't see him give the Yairs back their weapons. And when they approach outside, you don't see any on them.
The other thing yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, so you're all
offense weapons.
Yeah, all offense weapons are back in her hands. Her
Sweet.
sturdy hand.
They're just her hands.
I think you're fine.
Does his you said he had like 3 or 4 guards on his own?
Yep.
What do they seem to be carrying?
Old and kind of disrepaired blaster pistols.
Okay.
A couple of his droids. There's like a half dozen droids that are hanging out too. Those don't come with though. They have missile tubes.
When,
go ahead.
When I'm talking to him about the plan, can I run a sense on him to see if I can?
Yeah,
sense
yeah,
any
absolutely. Sure. You want to take a strain?
I'm gonna take a strain.
All right.
You remember what all those things mean, right?
What things?
Well, with this power, I can use light or dark side points. Dark side points cause strain, but it's a thing of, like we should be, I don't know about tracking or just remembering that I'm actually using the dark side point.
Oh, is this is after you suggested walking up to somebody who hadn't done anything necessarily wrong and then shooting them in the head, right? Because that was probably yeah. No, I
that had nothing to do with the Force.
right. No, just general life
Just a
outlook.
bad
I guess.
person. Yeah.
Just a bad
If I asked everybody in this party if that plan was wrong, the only person who would say that it was wrong would be Fenn.
That's some dark side looking at stuff.
I'm just saying, Tyzzyt, Devin, and Remo
Mike
would
on.
all be like, "Yeah, let's off these guys."
Let's just say when it comes time to have you get yelled at, you're gonna get yelled at by Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's not gonna be very happy about all the dark side use and the shooting people in the head.
We didn't actually shoot anyone in the head.
Yet.
Yeah.
That'll be probably self-defense.
I'll ask him if slicing people in half is okay too.
With the plasma sword.
With
Yeah,
the
exactly.
plasma.
So
Self-defense.
self-defense. So that being said, the procession begins to make its way out, and you begin to walk the kilometer a little bit longer in the Night Flyer's case.
Can I ask how many people are staying behind?
Yeah, like so that's what's happening. It's 4 guards, a couple others, maybe 6, 7. And it looks like Kraytala and her lab assistants are going to stay as well, but you know that they're not.
I mean, so like almost all of the settlement wants to leave.
Yep.
Oh man, this isn't going to be good.
Yeah. So I said most of the settlers are heading out. So you guys get about a half of the way. Everybody needs to make a perception check. It is 3 difficulty. It will have 2 setback die as well.
Is it sound based?
It is.
Then I don't take those setback dice.
Yeah. Because of the jungle. It's loud.
Here comes Nexu.
If it were only
Normal
next
or
to
hard?
hard, sorry.
So hard is 3, right?
3, correct, yes. 3 difficulty die. 2 setback if you're not a Chadrafon badass.
Big ears.
Okay, you said 3 difficulty, and what else?
2 setback die, please.
Right. Did we heal up at all over the past 2 days?
Yeah, one wound each day is natural healing. All your strain goes away every night. Tyzzyt, can you roll a perception check?
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't know you asked for that. I'm sorry.
You got to put on all the difficulty dice and everything else, dude.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Was it? Oh, I see.
You rolled real well, so
just enough to take out all that wellness.
I thought you just asked Fen to do it. That's why.
Oh, no worries. Fen just has really good ears.
Not good enough.
No one else in the entire procession seems to hear it.
Fen. Kel looks up. Who's around us if they had pulled off a bit?
Just the 5 of you. Maybe like Kraytala and her lab assistants, and then the 6 settlers who are coming on your ship, the 6 survivors, are in like a lot closer of a grouping, and then the Yair clan is like right in front of you guys, all 5 of them.
Kraytala was back at the camp, or did she follow us a little later?
No, she's coming with, because she's
Okay.
leaving with you, right? She's gonna leave. So so remember, she has this whole thing where she's gonna bring some thing, and then she's gonna hop onto the ship and bounce with you guys.
Okay, so she's
So her and her lab techs are a little bit ahead. So are the 6 survivors that you're bringing with. The Yair clan is ahead of you.
we can't see above us. Like
Not well enough.
Foliage.
Yep.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Kel gonna tell the rest of the group. A ship just broke Atmo. They're coming down. Something's on its way. And he's gonna lift his gun up, pointing at the Yair clan.
All right. Does anybody else do anything? Fen, Devin, does it?
I'll take his warning and with the same action, just try to pull my weapon.
Yep.
All right.
Definitely just going to prepare himself.
Right on, Devin.
And we'll make sure her jetpack's working.
Fen, leave. You know what? Screw all this. You continue walking south towards both of the ships landing. Despite Kel's warning, it takes about 3 minutes until you see a ship, completely black, with obvious Imperial emblemage, soar past above you, obviously keeping a keen eye on what it passes. From the canopy, you can see it landing possibly less than a kilometer, maybe like 400 or 500 meters away, half a kilometer away. But beyond that, that's the last thing you see from it, is it landing in the distance a half kilometer away. Harsel, from the front of the convoy, from the front of the procession, begins to shout maddening commands, both to hurry for his guards to get back to the retreat and arm the cannons there, but mostly just frantic attempts at keeping the survivors calm and moving in an orderly fashion to either the Night Flyer or your ship. Given that they're closer to the Gamorrah, you can hear and kind of see a group of like maybe a dozen, 10, let's say 8, begin rushing towards your ship instead of the Night Flyer like they were supposed to go on. So Harsel is both trying to think about what he just saw, which is an Imperial scout ship, and also ensure that the assignments are listened to. Let's full initiative. Vigilance for everybody.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I wrote the wrong one.
Oh, no worries. Okay. There's a box all the way to the left of the combat image of the combat tracker. It's not the combat tracker. The terrestrial combat map. That box at extreme range is going to be the Gamorrah. Okay? So to get from long to extreme range, it's another 2 movements. So that's it's a really fancy way of saying you're 2 rounds away from the Gamorrah if you spend both rounds just moving. Or taking strain to take another movement action.
3 rounds, right?
How are you counting that, sir?
Medium long is 2 movements, and long to extreme is 2 movements.
Yeah, but you could do that in 2, right?
You take the strain, right?
Yeah, exactly, right. Or you could just take you can trade in your action for a second maneuver. But yeah,
Yeah, but so there's no way. So it can't. It would be 3 rounds because you can't do more than 2 maneuvers in 1 round, right?
yeah. But doesn't that mean if this round you went 2 maneuvers, and then the next round you got 2 maneuvers, you'd be there? I guess is what I'm saying.
Isn't it 1 to move from short to medium, and then 2 to long, and then 2 to
Oh.
Yep. Sorry, you're totally right. I was counting that wrong. Right.
Mic on.
So here's the deal. The ship lands. Those 8 or so survivors begin rushing towards the Gamorrah, the wrong ship. Captain Harsel, and you can hear his voice. He's maybe medium range from you guys. Ahead. Begins firing errant blaster shots towards those survivors that are fleeing. That's his turn.
like firing at them or firing and intentionally missing?
No, like firing at them. Straight up trying to kill them.
Told them to go there and then started firing at them?
No, because they're going to the wrong ship. That's what I'm saying. So there's ship assignments. They're going to the wrong one. They're rushing towards yours. If yours takes more than X amount of people, you're going to all asphyxiate.
Okay. Okay. I thought he was yelling at them and said, "Get to the ship," and then was pointing them to get to ours.
No. They went on their own volition because they're afraid. Captain Harsel, freaking out, is now shooting them. That's his turn. What is Kraytala is gonna hang out, and she pulls out a heavily used blaster pistol, and then looks to the party for direction. So do the Yair clan. Minus the blaster pistol part, their hands are in positions where they're like kind of ready to either take advantage of this or defend themselves against the Imperials, whatever ends up happening. Who wants to go among the party?
Cal will go first.
What are you doing, Kel?
Basically, yell at Kraytala to, go take cover by the, go take cover by the ship, because she's taking stuff there anyway. So go that way and take cover.
Nice.
Then there's other people running this way. He'll try and use leadership to tell them to turn around and go back to their ship while yelling at what's his bucket to stop firing. He's just scaring them.
Sure thing.
So I'm not sure how hard this leadership test is going to be. It's going to be 2, 3 difficulty.
I'm looking, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking average with 2 setback from the fact that Harsel is firing at them.
Gotcha.
And Harsel is Harsel for his 2 setback. Because he's pretty ramped up. Everything that he was worried about has just come true.
Okay, let's be about our work.
Let a true leader take the call.
That's right. But no. Yeah, so Kel yells at him, "No, go back! Get to your ship! Get to your ship! Harsel, stop firing at them! You're scaring them!"
Harsel, if he hears you over his blaster fire, doesn't make it known. But the people, right, do take like a hard left and get some large jungle tree trunks between them and Captain Harsel's firing.
All right, and then I'll maneuver once, taking a move to get to medium range.
Perfect.
That's me.
The Trandoshan keeps moving forward with the group, still thinking that it'll eventually get to the split in the trail to go to the Night Flyer. Party?
Mic on.
Go ahead, Devin.
Now's your chance if you want to start gunning people down.
Nah, I'm trying to think. I've always been trying to decide whether I just need to get to the ship and get it fired up to get off of his planet. Devin's going to take 2 actions and move. So Devin's going to run twice or whatever. He's going to take both his actions to move.
Okay. So the first one will get you into medium. The second one gets you halfway to long. Right on? So who's next? We got Tyzzyt, Fen, Remo will go and kind of do a similar thing.
I'm gonna wait. I'll let Fen go.
Okay, Fen.
It's gonna activate her jetpack and fly closer to the Gamorrah.
Okay, take a piloting check. It's
Speed of 2.
Yep. So average, and then the 2 setback die for the canopy branch. Oh, is that right? Was that 2? Yeah, it is, because to punch it. So you, Fen, rather, does not get the jetpack going. So you're going speed 0. You can do a punch it check, right? To go, up to your max. Go up 4 speed steps to 2. And that would, get you over there with your maneuver. And that doesn't succeed. So you end up not increasing the jetpack's speed, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right. Just gonna give you a strain for quickly trying to get that running and moving. The Iyer clan, like I said, keeps moving, but they are keeping a keen eye on both where the Empire landed and what the party's going to do, especially if Devin's getting an eye on it. Tyzzyt, do you want to go now, or do you want Remo to?
It doesn't matter. I could go now. I'll just kind of shout out loud, "Who thought bringing the Imperials was a good idea?" And I'll run towards the Gamorrah.
Okay. So you're taking both actions to run. Then you're gonna get just right around Devin, right? Halfway between medium and long range.
Sounds good.
Cool. So Remo is gonna ask Kel, are you Fen, you can probably take your movement to get into medium range, right?
Oh yeah, if it was just one action to try.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Let's do that. So Remo is looking about to. Is Kel gonna? Kel didn't spend both of his. Is he gonna start sprinting too towards the Gamorrah?
Kel?
Yeah, because otherwise, Kel basically is gonna get left behind if and Remo wants to hang out next to Kel if Kel's gonna hang back a little bit. He doesn't want to leave him in the dust, right?
He did an action to do the skill check and then move towards it. Next round I'm gonna
Okay.
start running.
Yeah, like I said, I just didn't want to, have the first person, have you hang, really far back for a whole round or half a round or whatever.
I mean, unless Harsol starts shooting at us.
Let's just say Remo runs forward.
Yep.
And the turn ends.
Yeah, you'll find out right now.
And at the start of it, why is it not? Why do I have to do that? Harstel, despite having stopped firing at his survivors, instead sees the group running towards their ship and, coincidentally, him, who's a little bit closer to the Night Flyer, but he looks completely unhinged. And he stares towards the party, shouting at the top of his lungs, still readying his nearly ancient blaster pistol. "What have you done? What have you brought?" "I told you this would happen," he says. No amount of wealth is worth this. No amount of security." Oh, he's got to be that short. So he rushes forward, no longer so much threatening with his pistol, but using it to accent his own word. He's essentially... he essentially begins giving a scathing tirade that calls into question your honor, as well as places the blame for any of the injustices that both him and his crew have suffered squarely on the shoulders of the party and what they've brought in the form of this Imperial entanglement. A couple of facts. The primary one is that his voice is really distracting from the battle and from potential enemies. But the second one is that given his ability to speak, some of his words actually begin to cut. He places most of his blame upon Tyzzyt and Kel, specifically in how staunchly they stood against him at various points in the negotiations. Had they only stood by him, his entire crew would have, or all the survivors would have wanted to stay, and most likely the Empire would have never found them, even if they did land on the planet. The scathing tirade gives both of you 2 strain, and will give you a difficulty. It's going to give you a setback die on all checks for 3 rounds. Kraytala begins responding, shouting back to Hearthstone that this is exactly why he's lost the faith of the settlement, and why only the craziest of those survivors are still staying with him. She'll use both her moves to get into long range. Everybody hears the sounds of speeders slicing through the air and crashing into small branches and vegetation as they cruise through the jungle, somewhere between where the Empire's ship landed and yourselves. Suddenly, you begin to see scout bikes hovering over the vegetation and quickly maneuvering around trees as they get within get to medium range of the party and the Yair clan. All right, party. You have scout troopers coming in. The Yair clan is still a little bit ahead of you, moving towards their own ship. Kraytala and her lab assistants have given up any pretense of staying, and they're now dashing as fast as they can towards the Gamorrah. The 6 survivors are already at your ship, just awaiting takeoff. Anyone want to go first?
How far away from the ship are we?
It's an extreme range, so you need to move 1 more to get into long, then 2 more movements to get to the ship. So you're 3 maneuvers away.
No, if nobody else is going to. Devin will continue running. Take 2
Okay.
maneuvers.
Suddenly, Yav, though still wounded and slightly bandaged from the fight just a few days ago, shouts out that this is their chance. And the Trandoshan next to him charges Tyzzyt. Tyzzyt, you are pretty deeply cut on your arm as you suddenly find yourself in melee with a Trandoshan and his claws. Party?
Sorry, I was.
We wanted to kill him, so kill him. Okay, Kel's gonna go if Tyzzyt's not gonna go.
No, go ahead. I had my wife as a distraction, so go ahead.
Kel's gonna blast old Yav over there, who is thinking that he's still in charge.
Oh, sorry. You guys there?
Yeah.
Internet just is feeling really funky. Sorry, who's gonna go?
Kel's going, he's blasting Yav.
Right on. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Yeah, that was really strange. My said you guys all disconnected and reconnected there. Okay, well, cool. Kel, add a setback die, and I'm gonna upgrade the difficulty once.
Die for
The scathing tirade.
Kel's gonna aim.
I would say at this point, it's not so much that like Harsel was able to get under your skin, and that he actually think that he's right,
distracting us.
but you're so mad at him for he's so wrong that you're mad. That'll still do damage though. Okay, so he's medium, so you don't get your +1, right?
No, +1. But I'm gonna use 1 point to heal strain, and I'm gonna use 1 point to give the next person a boost die.
Right on. So Yair takes this smack right in his, right in the 10 ring, pretty close to where the last wound went, and automatically looks a lot less into this fight.
5 soak.
Who's? Oh, I had to roll it. He has a range defense, so I had to roll one setback die. Sorry.
Yeah, but that's just a minus an advantage, right?
Oh yeah. It isn't. See, the symbols got me all messed up. I put another damage onto it.
Okay, cool. All right, then the one advantage point I get, I will give. I'll give the next person a boost die.
Cool. And
I
who
wanna
is
go
the?
next.
Sorry.
Sorry, Tyzzyt would like to go next.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm gonna, if possible, you said I'm engaged with this Trandoshan right here.
Uh-huh.
I would just like to pull away from him a little bit enough to shoot.
Sure. Yeah. So it's one maneuver to be not
Mic
engaged
off.
with him any longer. Yeah.
Then I'll take another maneuver to aim and take the strain.
All right. So you get another setback die just given to you from Kel, and the scathing tirade gives you another boost die given to you by Kel, and another one setback die from the scathing tirade.
But he's short range from me, right? Yeah. Sorry.
Yep. Correct.
Sorry, I put all the dice in and then I put my weapon in and it didn't.
Nice.
You got one more boost die.
Oh, I didn't hear that last. I'm sorry.
Full damage.
All
Oh
right.
yeah, because I took the strain.
Cool. Well, the blaster shot arcs across. Light as it is, Tyzzyt aims well and smacks the guy right.
And I'll give Is it 1-for-1 setback? Oh, my thing went away for what we could do with the extra advantage. I'll just take a strain off.
One gives the next person a boost die.
Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yav,
My
on his
God.
turn, holds his side, wounded as he is, and he begins sprinting straight for the Night Flyer. He'll take 2 movements to get from in a long
off.
range from the party. You know what? He's gonna take a couple strain. Nope, can't take more than 2 maneuvers. Doesn't matter. The Ire clan members, these Rhodians, are all too happy to let the Trandoshans do the dirty work and see if they even survive. They're kind of xenophobic. And they sprint as well into long range with Yav. Who's going next? Fen? Or do you want Remo to go?
Guess. Wait, these are boost die, right?
Yep, whoever goes next is a boost die.
Remo do it.
Cool. So he'll get 2 maneuvers away from the ship. At that point, he's medium away from the... Yes. Take the 2 strain to aim. And try to shoot towards the Trandoshan. That will hit. Never got the boost die. 2 more advantage.
There's a crit. Suck it, Trandoshan.
Get it. Yeah, he does not look great. This Trandoshan. He is definitely bleeding from several wounds. One of them is instantly cauterized from the blaster fire. And then afterwards, Remo, does the blow smoke from his barrel thing and gives Fen a boost die.
Take 1 movement to get to Tyzzyt because he's injured, and use my physician's kit.
All right, get a boost die. Don't forget that.
And he's below half, right? Or above half.
I'm not that. In terms of strain or wounds?
Wounds.
Oh, was I supposed to put something on wounds? Because
He's above half, yeah.
Because a surgeon you heal 5 wounds and 6 strain.
Oh, jeez.
5 wounds?
Yeah, I have surgeon and 3.
Oh, man.
Yikes. Okay, well, I feel like I'm a newborn.
Oh, and then don't forget, Fen, you gotta get the med pack out. So you technically have to take another maneuver.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But no worries. Cool. That's a really
My
insane
God.
heal.
My
I think
God.
Tyzzyt went from a couple points of strain, a couple points of wound to nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the third round begins. Captain Harsel, after really just laying into the party, at the sight of the 5 scout troopers on... What are they called? The friggin' bikes, man?
Speeder bikes?
Speeder bikes, thank you. I'm like not hover bike, it's something... Speeder bikes, they're on speeder bikes. Obviously, they're black. Devin would know that they're members of the scout division. forward scouts and the like. So they're not. They're a little bit better than your run-of-the-mill stormtrooper force, certain. And Captain Harsol recognizes this as well, given his history. And he's going to aim as much as possible. And aims well, showing his military experience as the heavy blaster pistol fires into one of the scout troopers. Kraytala reaches the ship. Her and her technicians take cover, holding weapons, and readying themselves to provide cover for y'all as you approach.
Mic on.
Tyzzyt, after you moved away from engaged with the Trandoshan, did you move again?
No, I did. Took a maneuver to aim. So yeah.
Cool. So you're still at short range, real cool.
Yeah.
So he'll take one maneuver to get into engaged with you again, and just attempt to claw ya.
Mic off.
And he'll aim, taking a couple strain to do so. The claws arc out. And they almost crit Tyzzyt.
I just healed that.
Does your armor have any defense there, Tyzzyt?
What do you mean? It gives me a soak.
That's it. Nothing.
Yeah. It gives me one soak, and then I have two, so I have a total of 3.
And he is going to give his Trandoshan buddy a boost die.
Trandoshan's working together.
It's never good. That Trandoshan.
Mic on.
Runs over and attacks that speeder bike.
That's all he can do. I think he just begins to charge towards, like, Devin and Remo, those, or maybe Devin, or, sorry, not Devin, Remo and Kel, those ones that are sort of more in the back. All right, party. The two Trandoshans have begun to attack. Harsol is firing at the scout troopers, and the Rhodians of the Ire clan have fled towards their ship.
Mic off.
Who wants to go?
Mic on.
Okay, we'll go.
Okay.
So, I'm at medium range.
Mic
Yav
off.
is at long range. What do I have to do to get him into medium range?
Go. So at this point, you would be going away from your ship. right?
That's fine.
Okay, cool. I think it would really only take, you get one movement. I think would put him. He's that long because he turned in. No, I think one movement is fine. So I was kind of having it in my head that like there was a T at some point. And if you kept going straight, you'd hit the Gamorrah, but if you turned, you'd hit their ship. And so he's not like running directly away from you. He's like more running perpendicular to your eyesight. So you could just sort of like take one movement and be in medium range from him.
All right, I was going to take a movement, be in medium range to that guy, and shoot him. And he's going to take 2 strain to aim.
Cool. There you go. And then you get 1 setback die from the tirade.
All right. And we're at medium range, so that's 2.
Mic on.
And looking one thing up real quick.
Oh, wow.
That's some nice shit.
You want to roll a crit on him?
Sure do.
All right, because he definitely falls to the jungled floor.
Doesn't he still have like 2 ranks from before? Or does that heal?
Unless somebody healed his... You're right.
2 or 3 from last
so
time.
Yeah, so he's actually got a plus 30, so that's an 80. Yeah, there we go. Yep, got it on him. All right, he does. I mean, if you knew, if he was acting in any particular way, you'd know what he was acting like. But he is down.
All right. That's Kel's turn.
Awesome. So, given the fight, these scout troopers use their turn. Oh, that's not. Oh, that's okay.
To crash into a tree.
Crash into a tree. Well, their advantages weren't terrible. I was gonna say like, oh, that's not maybe, yeah. No, so they happened to move forward. They were actually going to slow down, but it looks like they're going to be going really quick. That'll give them an additional setback die for when they begin to fire upon Captain Harstel with heavy repeating lasers off the front of their speeder bikes.
Whoops.
Whoop. I'm going to say whoops like, oh, poor guy.
Well, yeah.
I
That's like
suddenly feel really bad for him.
that's like a squad of them, right?
Yeah, there's 5 of them, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Ooh.
30 years
He's
since
dead.
battle.
Oh, wow. Well, the strafing run gives him a pretty large wound on top of the fact that it will actually... I have to do this. How much damage did you just get, Cal? I'm going to drag yours. You got 9 damage? Cool. What do you got? 12. Okay, even better. So... the 3 advantage is enough to trigger the twin linked. And so Captain Harstel is hit from multiple blasters out of this squadron. And he drops to the ground. And is also not doing great. A couple problems solved in this one battle. All right, team. Who wants to go next? Captain Harsel drops, leaving nothing but enemies on this field.
So do the speeder bikes go off, or are they still like in the area?
They used their movement was coming into short range to Harstel. I would say they're still well within medium range to you guys. Maybe they're short. I'm gonna say they're short to you guys. That makes more sense.
I'll go next. Did I already go this round?
Nope.
Okay, well, then I will maneuver away from this guy and shoot him in the heat.
All right.
I still get a setback, right?
Correct.
It's the mercenary that was next to me.
Absolutely. That's so funny. You're like, that's all you need is one success, which is exactly what you got. That'll do. And the poor guy. Oh, it doesn't go down because he only get. Oh, because he has huge soak. Okay, cool. Well, it's a glancing blow, and the Trandoshan stands ready to come at you again.
I will use. Can I do another maneuver to try to find cover?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that. Does that work for melee cover?
Oh, it's not called cover. It's so you choose one or the other, but the other one's called guarded stance. But yeah, I'll give you that instead. Yeah.
The guarded stance. Thank you.
But yeah, cover for melee, if you will. All right, so Devin, Remo, or Fen.
Devin's going to take one action to get to the Gamorrah,
Great.
and then he's going to use a second action to open it up so that the techs waiting there can get on board.
Awesome. Perfect. So yeah, you rush into the command console and begin to beep and boop. Yeah, you're down. Ah, man. So at this point, the loyalty of the Ire clan comes out as the two Rhodian clan members that were escaping with Yar, stop to pick him up between their shoulders and begin limping over towards the Night Flyer. If your eyes kept following them, though, they would notice the Night Flyer already has a few survivors boarding it, and I guess actually I don't know that. Did you guys give Fen? Did you give out the command control at all?
Well, they kept it on their data pad, so remote access.
Yeah, but did you let anyone else have that command?
Oh yeah, the survivors that are going to be flying this other spaceship.
Okay, that's what I had thought. I just wanted to make sure. So they are getting onto it. Whether or not they wait for the Ire clan is completely up in the air. All right, Fen, do you want Remo to go or do you want to go?
I guess I'll go. I'll try something first.
Okay, go for it.
I tried using my jetpack again and maybe try to save the captain over there.
Oh, sure.
Average with the 2 setbacks for the canopy.
Yes. The canopy and branch.
Nope. I guess I'm going back to the Gamorrah then.
All right. Do you want to so you get a free, if you'd like, you get a free maneuver with the 2 advantage, right?
Okay, so I move and then one more move slightly closer, half a movement to the Gamorrah.
Exactly. Yep. I just sort of like, even though you don't get the jetpack started or properly, going as fast, you still can, maybe you get like a quick bump of energy that sort of pushes you towards the Gamorrah.
burst of air or exhaust.
Exactly right. Okay. So let's play it out that Remo also doesn't like Yob very much, because I don't remember him liking Yob very much. Do you want to take some pot shots towards these clan members, or do you want to just kind of bank on them leaving Kel and leaving the Yair clan here? You know, like if the other guys escape on the Night Flyer, then kind of like problem solved, I guess. But we could also shoot at them to make sure they don't, you know.
Oh, they're getting shot at.
All right. Well, I think then let's see if we can't stop the Trandoshan from hitting Tyzzyt again. So Remo will fire at the Trandoshan. Great. He misses?
Guess he can give the next person double boost.
That's what he's gonna do. So he misses the Trandoshan, but the shot goes far and wide, bringing up some dust and vegetation that stops the Yair clan in their tracks and allows Kel a little bit easier time. Captain Harstel, you're still down. Kraytala rushes into the ship now that Devon has given her access. Her technicians follow, as do the half dozen survivors. The Deep Dark Scout Trooper, given that at this point their strafing run has taken them slightly past Captain Harstel, and the only targets between the Gamorrah, them and the Gamorrah, are the Trandoshans.
Probably Trandoshan. Trandoshan's got big soak. They might live.
They might live.
Unless those scout troopers shoot like they shot at Harsel. They do.
Which they do. That is one Trandoshan who goes down. And then they actually just keep going, sort of cruising around short range from the party. A sort of lateral movement afterwards. So the Trandoshan, now finding himself under the barrel and being surrounded and strafed by 5 speeder bikes, is going to do the only thing he can. He's going to take 2 strain to double move. That's going to get him to engaged with Remo, who he looks like he's going to try to take out, sort of switch spots with, rushing up the ramp of the Gamorrah. It's not a good plan, but I don't think this guy has any other plan. And it's reflected in his execution. Recovers a couple strain, and then it's the party's turn.
Cal's gonna go first.
Great. 2 boost die, 1 setback on anything you do.
And Yav's being carried by those other 2 guys, right?
Exactly.
So Yav's getting shot because he's upright.
Just
He's
man,
not,
I don't have to keep track of dark side points, man. You know?
he's not dead yet.
spend a maneuver to take another aim, so you get 3 boost die.
There you go. On stun.
Take 2 strain to aim twice. Give yourself 4 total boost die.
No. I'm not taking any strain to boost twice, just the once. Just one aim.
So funny. Let's just say you and your master are going to have a lot to work through. This poor guy. You want to roll another crit onto him?
That crit's plus 40?
Yes, yeah, and you can put that in the modifier. It'll work. Oh no, don't put plus 40 though. Put 10 less, because he has 1 crit on him right now. So it'll do the crit he has on him automatically. He just doesn't, when it copied over from last time, it didn't keep those.
Oof.
Yep, it only did 10.
That's okay. He's dead. With plus 20 more is 116, right?
30 more. But yeah.
Yeah. So 126 is dead though. Yeah. So he's actually dead.
I mean, plus 14 damage. Woohoo! That was a good shot.
Shot out his heart.
Tyzzyt cries.
Yeah, man. Oh, where's my rival? He's gone before
My one advantage point is to give the next person a boost die.
As you cheer them on. Awesome. So who wants to go next and get the sweet boost die?
That killing blow boost die.
That killing blow boost.
I'll go next if Finn or Devin doesn't mind. I do have a question though. Before we decide who's going, how far is the captain Harsel from us, or at least from me?
Short range.
Mic off.
He's a little bit beyond, but I would call him. Let's just say medium range from you,
Mic on.
because you moved a little bit. He's definitely short range from Kel.
Devin and Finn.
Devin and Finn are further even than you, right? Because
No,
Devin's
no.
in.
So I'm asking if they want to go.
Oh, you can go.
Go for it.
Okay, I'm gonna see if what would it take for me to go pick him up and then bring him back?
Well, is Sven still going to try to do that with her jetpack? Or what? I don't
I'll give
know
it
what
one
she
more
was
try.
gonna
I mean, I can give it one more try if you guys want.
Let Finn give it a try. You get a boost die for your jetpack.
There you go.
Yeah, Tyzzyt, and maybe Tyzzyt holds and gives her cover, right?
Yeah, I could do that definitely.
Right on. All right, Fen.
You got this one, Finn. Kel has faith in you.
That dark side faith.
See, now you succeeded. Look at that boost die for you.
That boost die was pretty nice.
I'll try a medicine check on him then.
So I think the piloting check to do what you just
action?
Yeah, it is an action because I think it's the speeding up thing. Like you're going from 0 and you want to go 2 or whatever. Is that right? I gotta look.
Would a stem pack get him up? Or is that also
No.
action?
No, because what you're doing, because the check that you're making is actually to remove the unconscious condition. It's not like if you're negative, you're
Current
unconscious.
condition, not okay.
Yeah, exactly. Just because it's not, you're unconscious because of the condition. It doesn't actually matter what hit points you're at.
Then I'll spend a maneuver to take cover from any fire.
No, so punch it. I'm sorry, punch it is a maneuver.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so you can punch it. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, you can punch it and fly drive as a maneuver. Yeah, so no matter what, you're good. So you can take a medicine check if you'd like. Sorry, I was wrong about that. And so punch it would be when you suddenly want to go from 0 to 2, whereas accelerate would just be going from 0 to 1.
Unconscious, that's a hard, plus the boost.
Well, he heals some strain.
Fortunately.
He has some strain, but you broke his arm.
He's still pretty unconscious.
Working on it.
All right. Tyzzyt, Devin, Remo.
Let's see what Devin's in the Gamorrah currently or not?
Yep, I think you are. Yeah.
Okay, so Devin's going to start firing the engines up. And this is a question, but the second action could that be to see if he can connect his data pad to the other ship?
Sure. Yeah, and so it connects. It'll take like another maneuver, but yeah. So you have connection to the Night Flyer.
Okay, that's what I mean. I would like I was going to think about using one maneuver to get the Gamorrah's engines turning, getting it ready for flight, and the second maneuver to just have push a button or whatever to connect the data pad to the Night Flyer.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what happens. Perfect. So you see, you probably get a little bit of stream from the feed, and you pretty much see their survivor pilot trying to get ready to do like the ignition sequence, just like you just did. Doesn't seem like any Yair clan are going to be retrieved.
Sorry, Yair clan. Not sorry.
They definitely rush towards the Night Flyer, spending. They're going to take as many maneuvers as possible just to rush as quickly there. Tyzzyt?
Yeah, I would like to shoot at that Trandosh.
Cool.
Is he in short range of me? That
Yes, yeah.
and I'll take my maneuver to aim. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. No worries. So he's stunned and takes some damage.
And then I'll give the next person I'll give Remo a boost die, and then I'll take off one strain.
Cool. The Trandoshan is hamstrung from Remo's aimed blaster fire that streaks across.
Destiny's call turn.
See here. It quickly turns around. These deep, dark scout troopers and their speeder bikes, having arced south, turn, so they're at medium range from Kel,
Uh-oh.
and they open up.
Hey, we never fired on them. We're on the same side.
Well, they're definitely going to twin link.
Are you
I'm
still
dead.
up?
No, I'm dead.
No, you're not. You're unconscious and you take a critical hit.
It's never twin linked at anyone else. Oh, that was you have to do it. It's so many advantage points to do that.
Yeah, he did it against Harsel. That's why Harsel took like just a butt ton at that one time. But he took a critical as well as the twin link. So he took a critical, the twin link dropped him down. Since he went negative, he took another critical. So he took 2 criticals. Whereas you're unconscious and you take that 1 critical. That's like the only penalty for going under.
I was gonna do something cool, but not anymore.
Now you could dream about it.
I'm gonna.
This Trandoshan takes the opportunity to rush towards Tyzzyt. At this point, we're just pretty close to the ship, right? So. It's again pretty desperate, so it's going to take the strain to aim. Take some more strain from its threat, and then deal a couple points of damage to Tyzzyt. Alright. Fen, Devin, Tyzzyt, Remo.
I'll go first, if that's not a problem. Try to get these guys off of our boys.
Alright.
I'm sorry, was there any objections?
No, go.
Oh, go.
I'll have to take a 5-foot step.
There's no such thing.
Well, I meant I had to take a maneuver to step back, and then I'll take another maneuver to aim.
Sure.
And then I'm gonna use a force dice. If that's okay.
Go for it. You already used it. Blast him.
Okay.
Did you upgrade your stuff?
Yeah, I
Okay,
upgraded
cool.
one.
Are you shooting at the Trandoshan?
Yeah, the Trandoshan that was.
Right on. Right, cool.
And then
You're
I'll
close to going
get
down. Cool. So who's going to get the boost up?
Then take it to try to heal up Kel.
Yeah, I was gonna say I want to give one to Fen, and then I'll give somebody a setback dice. I'll give the group. Can I give the group of speeder dudes a setback dice?
Yeah, of course.
Movement and then 2 strains to get to Kel for medium range.
Yep.
Hey. Not sure what a triumph would do at that point.
Were you trying to make him conscious?
Conscious and able to move at least.
Yeah, I think that would do it. Heals a couple strain too.
Does your thing just heals extra, or
Heals
it
extra.
gives extra successes?
No extra successes, just heals extra.
Gotcha.
You heal 2 strain though.
All right. Kel, Remo, Devin.
Am I actually awake or am I still out?
No, you're awake. Yeah. Yeah, you're still critical, but
Don't get hit again.
Okay, can Kel do something?
it is your turn.
All right. How far am I from Harsel? I was only short range, right?
Yep.
All right. Kel's going to use force move to pick him up and pull him towards the ship with us.
All right. Do you have to roll a die?
I'm going to take a strain.
This has been a bad adventure. Poor
We never took the 2 off that Fen healed.
Oh, okay.
So I lowered a little, but no. It's 7.
I see.
But with that, basically I can... Yeah. Kel gets up a little woozy from the blasts, but reaches out and has Harsel basically pulled towards me. And then once he's within range of me, I just, start moving. Take
Right.
Actually, I'm going to take 2 strain to do an extra maneuver, so I move into long range with him. I'm just carrying him along.
All right.
So that we're closer to the ship.
The Ire clan members continue to dash towards the Nightflyer. Unfortunately, and even Devin's aware of this from his data pad, the Nightflyer is already taking off. They've achieved flight status, and they are maneuvering with their thrusters towards the atmosphere. Devin, Remo.
Question: is it possible to raise the Gamorrah and try to position it between the party and the combat so that they can get on board through the gangway?
Right on. Yeah. It's gonna
I just try. I know they had to get to me, but if I were to move the Gamorrah to get to them, that might be quicker.
Absolutely, yes. So you can get to where that's like kind of moving it like that or whatever.
Right.
Kind of moving it right. And so make a planetary check. It'll be average, but add a couple setback die for the canopy and all the trees and whatnot.
Okay, let's see. And average, two difficulties, right? Let's see.
I'm going to upgrade it to difficulty once.
Oh, so one. Okay, so
Sorry, two difficulty die, and then press the purple plus sign. And then 2 setback die from the environment.
Okay. Okay, I think I got it.
Right on.
Oh no.
Is that the bad triumph?
That is the bad triumph.
Here.
Oh boy.
Someone didn't check the hyperspace module.
It's always the hyperspace module, HMRI.
Right.
So, I think the Gamorrah takes off well enough, and even the skill is like flipping the ship and turning her at the same time, and then sort of landing again, not only missing all of the your crew, but also getting yourself closer, and really the whole the whole maneuver in just a moment's time. The ship, however, has all the malfunctions that have been coming up over the last few days, especially the last week that you were in the nebula and in the asteroid field, come to a head, and the engines shut down as the Gamorrah lands. Was that... You can make a engineering or computers check, Devin, to try to get a readout on the Gamorrah.
Okay, be a computer check, just what, average or?
Easy, just one difficulty die.
Okay, here we go.
Well, you reduce some of the strain on the ship while you're searching, but you can't find out if the Gamorrah will fly without significant repairs or not. Remo, at the very least, is going to take cover on the gangway. And then fires an arcing shot across and actually takes out one of the scout troopers. His bike careens and explodes into a nearby tree.
Like,
Kraytala. Oops. Kraytala rushes forward to the helm, or I guess the engineering bay, we'll say, since that's right next to the gangway. And begins trying to do the diagnostic. She shouts forward that the Gamorrah's thrusters are cut, and unless Devin is capable of doing engaging the hyperdrive on the planet, there's little we'll be able to do without at least a few minutes' time.
well, shit.
Oh, sorry guys.
No, it's all good. It happens.
Yeah. I guess we
Who's
should.
that?
I guess we should have paid for that maintenance a few systems ago.
It wasn't that. It was we took hits getting here.
And we try to rescue the Captain Harsel.
Yeah. I mean, we're rescuing him. Uh-oh, Tyzzyt's hurt.
Well, the Trandoshan rushes forward, aiming to get a powerful strike against Tyzzyt, crippling the poor Pantoran before going down to an errant blaster shot.
I ain't never been called a Pantone in my life.
What are you
Yeah,
again? Your chest? Is that what it is? Are you the
Jesus.
chest?
I'm the Pantarn.
Right on.
Calling you a Pantarn is giving you a compliment there, buddy.
I don't want them yellow eyes.
So, the deep dark stormtroopers, the four that are left in the squadron, sort of split up into 2 and 2. Coming around the party and the Gamorrah, fluttering on the ground. They stop it around long range, decelerating, and one of them, we'll say just to the south, takes off his helmet, revealing the stern face of an. I think they're the ISB, like the intelligence, the Empire's intelligence service agent. He holds his helmet before shouting out. He says, "I know that you have Kraytala. Hand her over to me, and you shall live."
Now, how in the world does this guy know Kraytola?
Anybody want to refuse or throw her out of the ship?
Kel's still dragging old Captain Harsall towards the ship.
Tyzzyk's unconscious. I guess Fenn's gonna be denying it.
Wait, I thought I was just crippled. No.
No, you're not unconscious yet. You're fine.
I asked why. How does she know? How does she know?
What?
How does he know that she's on our ship? How does she know? He know about her?
Well, I mean, he watched her running along, right? Because she hasn't been on the ship since the battle started, so
Yeah, he's seen things.
yeah.
Random woman.
Oh,
I mean, she's less than random. She's got a cybernetic eye.
That's common.
That's super common. I mean, she's an Arcanian with white hair and a cybernetic eye. He's like, that's probably the one that I'm looking for.
okay. Well, that's
Yeah. No, I guess he doesn't explicitly know, but yeah, it's really is like, you know, if she's as you know, if she's known as you said she is, then it wouldn't be out of the question to peg her out of the group.
I guess the Imperial. She was a deflector, right?
Right. So you guys could you know, she obviously she's hanging out. She just shouted about the problem in the Gamorrah. She's in the engineering bay of it. The gangway is open. I think Remo, is right next to it.
Hell, I mean, somebody on the ship knows how to respond, right?
If Fenn's like, you shot at us, go.
I mean, my response would have been ship cannons at him. But that works.
Yeah, I think so they're gonna take a shot here. So they're medium range. No aim. He has cover. Towards the Gamorrah and Remo. So that shot hits, and Remo takes a few points of damage, like 5 points of damage. So, does anybody have gunnery?
Ship's gunnery?
Yeah, ship's gunnery. Yeah.
I have gunnery, but I didn't think I'd be able to fly and fire at the same time.
So, but I mean, so we've got a block of PC, so you could, I mean, hell, you could just take a maneuver to get into the thing and start firing. These guys are not likely to try to take on the ship itself, you know.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
well I am. Well, I'm not really flying now, anyways. I can't fly.
Yep.
Right on, man.
Yep.
I say go for it.
Okay, well, let's do that. I will take one maneuver to get into the gunnery section and take aim.
Sounds good.
Now I was looking at my sheet. I don't see where I can fire the ship's guns.
Oh, so I happen to know the stats of it. So just roll your gunnery stat. it'll be 1 difficulty die if you aim for a boost die,
Okay.
and then it does 9 damage.
Okay. So just put my gun. Get my okay, I got my gunnery dice, and then what do I need? A boost die.
Yeah, a boost die. Yeah, and then 2 difficulty. Sorry, 1 difficulty. I'm sorry, 1 difficulty die.
Okay. So I got.
And then basically, this is successful. One of them dies.
Okay.
It's
Good.
That, I think, though, despite not hitting, just the firing of it, they're already dispersed. This scout team, firing towards that ISB member. They've already begun to sort of scatter back. They're not really willing to take that on, like I said. Do you want to give out some boost die? I mean, you're shooting a gunnery, so...
Yep. Let's see here. Let's see. What kind of... Oops, a second here. How many boost dice? I got... How many... Is it what? 6 advantage?
Yeah, it's 6 advantage, yeah. So you could easily give out 2 boost die to the next person, and some... and then I would say give out some setback die to the bad guys.
Let's see here. Well, I'll give 2 boost dice to the next, whoever goes next.
Okay.
And where's the okay, I'm looking at chart. I'm just looking for setback. Where is that?
So that for 2 you can add 1 setback to the targeted character's next check.
Okay, let's do that.
Right up. And at the very least, you'll provide some well-needed cover. All right, Fen, Kel, Tyzzyt.
So what does cripple do? It just gives you a setback, another setback.
That your shooting arm is upgraded by 1. All shots that you take.
Oh, okay. If you guys don't want to go, I'll go.
I think Kel and Tyzzyt need to get on the ship so they don't take any more damage.
Oh, but you started, Kel. You get up there.
All right.
Oh,
Kel,
am I
what do you do?
last? I'm still carrying Harsal. I'm gonna basically take 2 maneuvers to get into the Gamorrah.
Right on. Okay.
Just basically, huffing him along onto the ship as fast as I can. Because I'm hurting.
Yeah. There's a little bit of damage that's been around. So, Tyzzyt, you want to do the same thing?
Yeah, if I could just get on the ship, I'll get on the ship.
Yeah, I think with 2 maneuvers you can get on the ship. So who's that leave? Fen?
Yep.
The Yair clan members run into the vegetation. We'll see what their legacy may be. Fen, do you want to go?
Back on the ship in the engineering bay.
All right, you see Kraytala. She's thankful you didn't give her up.
30 years later, we come back to see the legacy of those 2 Yar clan members.
They've made their own empire. They've bred the Cybernexu for ridiculously successful results.
Wow.
Yeah, no, just don't come back, I guess. Remo, he's gonna take the opportunity to rush onto the ship, but he's gonna maintain some either through the engineering bay or some porthole. He's gonna keep an eye on the scout troopers. Harsol obviously is within Kel's, slumped against somewhere wherever Kel put him. And a moment later, the 4 remaining deep dark scout troopers use their speeder bikes to whip off through the vegetation and jungle of Cholgana back towards their landing area.
Kel's going to take a moment, if he can, to basically scan the sky. Is there some large Imperial ship that we can see in orbit right now?
Like a Star Destroyer?
Yeah, or anything.
No, not even a cruiser. Yeah, nope. You saw the vessel that landed was probably about as large as maybe a little larger than the Gamorrah, but like a freighter-sized military vessel.
Gotcha.
But certainly capable of holding, like about a couple squads of scout speeders, or a dozen guys or so. But nothing much larger, no carrier.
Yep.
That just sort of leaves the, I guess, the bleeding and burnt party and the dying Captain Harsol. Oh wait, no, he's dead.
Is he dead?
He's dead. He was dying, and he had a round, and he just got into the thing, so he died at the start of the round, just before the speeders left. Oh no!
Damn it! I carried him for how many rounds, and then he dies on us?
I know. Oh no!
We just left him. We could have been gone already.
I thought Fenn stabilized him.
No, I only healed Strain. I never actually healed any hit points on him.
Yeah, it was you that she removed the thing up.
Yeah, you basically let him die easy with no strain.
Yeah, she took away the pain.
Took away all the agony of killing those people.
Well, hey,
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was like, I tried to do the right thing and save the guy.
Because what is it for a critical injury? To remove it is equal to the severity rating of the critical injury. The dying is severity 3, right? So I think it's to remove it's pretty hard.
Your light side point negated your dark side point, so maybe
that's what
just be
that's what
happy
I'm
with
hoping. That's what I'm hoping.
Right. Yeah, but Sensei, I tried to save that one guy.
that.
I mean, I did save him. It's not my fault. He was dead.
Well, guys, I have to figure out what happens now that there's a little bit of a standoff. So this is where we're going to call it for the evening.
Ship.
What's that?
We need to fix the engines.
The thrusters specifically, the ones to get into Atmo, right? You could try to do that crazy thing where you hyperspace on a planet, but
We're not Han Solo.
it's really hard.
We do not have that skill yet. It would just explode.
We have 3 more light side tokens.
Use them all, baby.
We lucky in that.
I actually do appreciate that. That Devin rolled the despair. We'll get to meet the ISB agent now.
Boo.
He certainly doesn't have any connection to anybody in the party with Empire troubles.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he doesn't at all. I'm sure we'll never see him again.
Yeah.
Isn't somebody an ex-Imperial agent?
Devin, so did you write it out as a scout, as
Right.
you were or was it general infantry kind of thing?
No, it was a scout.
Okay.
He was a speeder bike scout even.
Yeah.
Yep.
You were one of these dudes.
You were one of these jerks.
Hey now.
I didn't say you were. I said
Yeah, I know. I'm just
one of those guys are.
Yeah, it's in the notes section on my character sheet.
Yeah, I just didn't know if it was
It's
like the scout,
speeder bike squadron.
That's so perfect.
That's
I knew
why
it was
it's
a
funny.
speeder bike. Yeah, because I didn't know that there was like a scout division until I read this adventure. So
Why are they deep, dark scout troopers?
Yeah.
I mean,
Now,
just dark scout troopers.
I was just
They're
run of the mill type of. I was no deep
Yeah.
dark guy.
you're just one of the scout. So I think that's how they do it. If you're, it's very easy ranking system, right? You're either a scout trooper, a dark scout trooper, or a deep dark scout trooper. So it's a really easy way to identify your superiors, I would say. No, I have no idea why they're literally honestly straight faced called deep dark scout troopers.
Yeah, that's why it's like, watch out for those deep, dark scout troopers.
Yeah, it's like the Empire just ran out of ideas. Honestly, just they had two. They got two things. They're like, we're into dark things. We're into really dark things.
Right.
It's either black or dark or black.
Yeah. So I guess I was more in like a cannon fodder type group.
Sure.
Since I wasn't a deep dark or a dark.
Well, so that's what I was saying. On the ship's gunnery, even with the because the whole planetary versus other scale damage distance, like those things they've got 2 armor, so they're basically like you guys running around with the same amount of soak that you guys do, and 3 hit points. So one well placed blaster shot and they're done. But more importantly, 1 shot from the Gamorrah and they're like an explosion. It's not even.
Yeah, because
they're so suicidal. Those things, they just don't seem safe.
I mean, even on the like, even though the ship weapon only does 9, that's 9 to another ship.
Yeah.
Like against people, that's just like you get blasted with a ship weapon, you're screwed.
Yeah, so I can't believe Devin would signed up for that. They were like, "Hey, what do you want to do?" And like, "Oh, I want to drive one of those things." How fast do they go? Oh, 700 kilometers per hour. That's fine. How many hits can they take? 1, sure.
It's the whole it's that whole Empire. That's their whole demographic. We have things that go fast and can't take hits. I mean, TIE fighters.
Yeah,
Death Stars.
Yes, they're
Death Stars.
They just scaled that whole idea all the way up.
I'm just saying they have horrible engineering, dude.
So fun. That's good though, Devin. I'm excited. That's why I was excited for you to see the fight. I wanted to. It's like, ooh, speeder bike scout troopers.
For the records, do we earn any XP this session?
Yeah. 1 sec. Ten experience points for the day.
Nice.
There's another 10 designated to quote unquote saving the retreat from Imperial control. We'll see.
Okay. So where do we put that? I'm not seeing on the character sheet. This new sheet here.
Notes at the bottom of notes, I think, is where they put it.
Okay. Here we go. Okay, I found it.
Right on.
So an additional 10.
Yep, an additional 10 points. I think you guys are right. About around 170, right?
180, 187.
Yeah, I'm at 172 from not being there last week.
It depends on the character as well.
Right,
Is that 20 this week?
10.
Because I heard someone say 10 plus another 10.
No,
No,
just 10.
Yeah, he said there we could earn another 10 later.
And then Devin, you'll get that 15 from last week. That's fine.
Oh, so go ahead and add 15 from last week.
Yep. So you should have 25 that you haven't spent yet.
Okay.
Yeah. No need to. Then it just gets funky with people being weird. And the nifty, like I said, the power level on this is pretty nice. You guys get the ability to do more stuff and do it better without gaining sort of quasi invincibility. So, and once you get high enough, you just start looking at some other specializations and.
All right, I'm gonna save 5. I did spend 5 on deception though.
I think I'm going to spend some on some skill points.
Yeah, I'm going to look things over, then spin it next time probably.
No worries.
Let's see. Let's get some.
So if we buy something off of our skill tree, is there a way that we can put that into our thing? Is it still in the library?
Talents.
Yeah, like a talent or
Yep. If you hit library, that should open, like on the top of what that opens, should have a bunch of things to potentially open. And if you check off the talents one, it'll show up on that sidebar to the right. Or you can just open it from the library, whatever you want to do. Give me 1 second.
All right, just got another skill point in computers. All right,
Nice.
guys, off. Good night.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and drop
Jacob.
off.
see
Yep.
ya.
All
Night.
right. Good night, Jacob. Good night, David.
Good night, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thanks for the game, Mark.
Yeah, thank you too. Good night. Thanks for playing, everybody.
Have a good night, man.
You too.
See ya, man.
See you guys.
Well, where they go, guys. Thanks for watching the show tonight. And again, we'll be playing again in 2 weeks, Sunday night, 7 p.m. Eastern for session 6 of Star Wars: Edge of the Empire.